Hello, Professor Alex.
Hello, Professor Park.
Yeah, this is Park from Seoul. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
On our panel. So,
Excuse me, but we should wait for near 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's wait.
Hi, Dennis.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Hi, how are you? Hi, Dennis. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Long time no see.
No time no see, right?
How's your life?
Okay, excuse me.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Han-Kyu Park from Seoul, Kyung University. I'm very honored and pleased to chair this panel, our panel on public diplomacy and soft power lessons from Korea. So for our panel, we have before I proceeding with this panel, I would like to thank the Professor Dennis Sherobakov and Professor I forgot her name. Professor wonderful lady, I forgot her name, and the staffs who has worked for organizing this conference. Okay, for today's panel, we have actually the 5 presenters. Okay, including first of all, Professor if I am wrong in pronouncing your name, please correct me. From Professor Parapahovskis.
Oh yeah, that's correct pronunciation.
Thank you very much. From the HSE, okay, in Moscow, and we also have the Matusian Agapi from People's Friendship University of Russia. Is correct? Professor Agapi?
Yeah, it's correct.
Hear
It's
me?
great.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Could you mind if you turn on your video during the introduction so that I can see you? And we have the Ragozina Sabina, professors Ragozina Sabina and Porobiova Anastasia from Kazan Federal University. Hi there. Hi, Professor Sabina and Anastasia. We don't still have them now. Okay, and I also have chance to speak on the topic, the new public diplomacy as a middle power diplomacy. Okay, so we have to finish this panel by 14:45 in Moscow time. So this is the time allocation for our panel. Each presenters will have about 15 to 20 minutes, okay? And then we will have kind of open discussions, okay? Open discussions for the remaining time. I don't know whether the audience can participate in the discussions, okay? So let's start. Okay, let's go with the Professor Eriks first. Okay, he's on politics of expertise and neoliberalism in Russian special economic zones. Okay, please go ahead. You have about 20 minutes for your
Thank you.
presentation. Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then I think organizers made a little bit confusion. My topic is network building between global Korea scholarship recipients and Koreans, since we're talking about public diplomacy and soft power.
Yeah.
And yeah, my name is Eriks Verpahovskis. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at HSC in Moscow. I'm glad to open this session that touches upon Korea's public diplomacy. And I will talk about, more precisely, exchange diplomacy. I will explore the case of Global Korea Scholarship. And the session is titled as Lessons from Korea on Public Diplomacy. So I hope this presentation will be useful for public diplomacy implementers in higher education. So my presentation consists basically of 6 major pieces. Let's go straight to them. First, I want to give you a brief explanation about how Korean public diplomacy works and how it is related to the scholarship program. Korea started including public diplomacy in its foreign strategy in the end of 90s and beginning in the 80s and beginning of 90s, when we had Seoul Olympics, we had the launch of Korea Foundation, we had change in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when the Cultural Diplomacy Bureau was introduced, and formally public diplomacy was added as a term only in 2016 with the Public Diplomacy Act, but it was practiced for decades before that. The huge change to the public diplomacy and nation branding happened during Lehman-Back administration, and in the same time it was decided to promote Korean higher education and increase number of foreign students in Korean universities. Global Korea Scholarship was one of the instruments to achieve this goal. And formally, this scholarship existed since 1960s, but only in mid-2000s, it was redesigned and started to look like as it looks today. So here are the few features of this scholarship program. Yearly, Korea accepts about 1,000 international students from more than 150 countries. They are covered, their tuition fees in Korean universities are covered, monthly allowance is covered, include also Korean government gives airfare, healthcare, and some other financial contributions. Generally, scholarship period of the student in Korea can be divided in two parts. First is language year, when foreign students who do not speak Korean, they come to Korea, and for 1 year they are sent to language school where they learn Korean to a certain degree. And after that, after they pass the test, they allowed and they go to the universities they selected before to obtain their degrees. Also important to notice that Global Korea Scholarship is, what can we say, the flagman scholarship in Korea. So it's like a Fulbright of Korea, if you know this American scholarship. Also, one of the goal of Global Korea Scholarship is not only providing education, but also to nurture pro-Korean, how we call it, ambassadors that will further build a network around the world and help in Korea in promotion itself. And also one more feature that is different, for example, to Fulbright scholarship. After graduation, foreign students are not obliged to leave Korea. They can stay if they find job or for like continuation of the education. For analytical framework, I used Rhonda Zaharna's concept of relational public diplomacy. Basically, relational public diplomacy implies interactive two-way communication, active involvement and participation of non-state actors with indirect involvement of government structures. And it also concentrates on midterm and long-term goals. And what is hinted from the title of the concept, it also concentrates on relationship building. Also, there is difference between information and relational communication framework. For example, relational diplomacy, it's not a one-time activity. It is a consistent activity to build relationship with the public of other country. And also it implies attraction and use of non-state actors. So it's not only for state actors. There are several also Rhonda Zaharna lined up three basic stages of relational public diplomacy. First tier is personal engagement. Second tier is cooperation of individuals in groups like organization or planning. And third, ideal one, the policy networking strategies that incorporate coalition building with other countries and non-state actors to achieve some policy objectives and good cause. So this is our analytical framework for this paper. There are several, talking about research questions, there are several gaps in literature in understanding of how exchange programs work. There is a common assumption that exchange programs generate people who immerse themselves in a foreign culture, then become knowledgeable about it, then become bridges, then they become bridge between own country and the host country. But in reality, the evidence are very few. because usually agencies that conduct scholarships, that manage them, they do evaluations, they do reports, but these reports tend to focus on short-term impacts like change of attitude. On the other hand, the studies that do in-depth studies often concentrate on success stories, leaving actual side and dark side out of sight. So furthermore, the understanding of exact mechanisms of how exchange students contribute to public diplomacy is also limited. So let's find it out, and here are the two major questions. How do GKS alumni contribute to the ties between South Korea and home country through personal and professional networks? And second one, how do JKS students form personal and professional relationships with South Korean nationals, with South Korean people? So it goes in very, very deep inside of mechanics of how relationships are built. Methodology basically the studies using in-depth interviews to find the causes. And if we talk about the first part, as you remember, there are two parts of the scholarship. First one is language year, the second one is degree years. The first one, the first finding suggests that during the first year, JKS students, they tend to make networks with international students or their compatriots because of lack of language or because the institution is put in a quite distant location from the town. So they do not integrate, they do not engage with Korean nationals at the first year of studies. After they move to their universities, the situation changes a little bit. The findings suggest that during their time in the university, students finally join the class and meet Korean students and meet Korean classmates, but and they can speak Korean finally, but they still often fail to make engagement, make relationships with the Koreans. There are several causes for it, reasons for it. First one is that classmates consider each other as competitors, so there is some alienation between foreigners and Koreans, but also there is alienation between Korean classmates. My assumption actually is that it happens because of academic grading system in Korea, which is relational, what basically means that in a class of 100 people, only 5 can have A+, even though 10 students would be equally perfect. So it makes a competition between everybody. Second reason of failure to make relationship with Koreans is that Korean students usually make their friends during extracurricular activities like in sport clubs, hobby clubs like 동아리, churches. Some JKS students also made close friendship and ties with Koreans during the extracurricular activities, but often these clubs do not accept foreigners, or foreigners just do not know that they exist. Third reason is that in this situation, students start to make friends with other foreigners or nationals again, or they just transfer their previous networks, previous ties from language here. So they continue to exist in foreigner or co-national bubbles. Another reason is that that JKS alumni during this study reported that Koreans showed some coldness towards a relationship with foreigners, accepting those Koreans who previously was exposed to international experience, like lived or studied outside of Korea. So from perspective of personal relationships, many JUCHE students are failing to engage with locals even during the degree years. So what about professional relationships? In the language institution, in the first year, the students are not allowed to work, so nothing happens there. But during the degree years, students are allowed to have part-time jobs in particular areas. However, some of them reported that Korean employers, Korean companies, they are not really aware of what JUCHE scholarship means and what kind of skills Korean students are capable. Interesting thing is that mainly those who complained about it are students who belong to non-STEM majors, like social sciences, humanities. On the other hand, students who belong to STEM majors, like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, they join laboratories and de facto start working with their professors and make professional relationships there. So the result of this kind of situation is that non-STEM students, they are lacking professional networks. After graduation, there are several job trajectories, paths, destinies, if you like. There are people who stay in Korea, as I mentioned. Some STEM students who stay in Korea use their professional networks and stay in laboratories or related research and development companies, which are often co-owned by professors or something like this. Also, if non-STEM students stay in Korea, they often join local companies where they use their communication and linguistic skills. Usually these are departments of sales or marketing or translation. If alumni leaves, sometimes they join Korean companies abroad, or they join Korean embassies that work abroad, or what is even more often, they just continue studies or start jobs or continue jobs in unrelated to Korea companies. Also, there is a case when JKS alumni participate in pro-Korean activities on the voluntarily basis, but this research showed, the findings showed that it happens on the basis of initiative from the Korean companies. So if alumni is not offered to participate in the activity, he will not or she will not participate. So if we talk about some findings, there are, let's say, bright and dark side of outcomes. There are failure stories and success stories. If we talk about good stories, success stories, STEM JKS alumni who stayed, usually they have no direct involvement in the promotion of Korea at the professional level, but they promote it indirectly through own high-skilled labor. For example, they design a product that is made in Korea, and further this product is sold abroad. Non-STEM JKS alumni who stay in Korea, they sell literally this product overseas, or they work for local embassies. Both of cases, STEM and non-STEM majors, on personal level, they help friends, relatives to learn, navigate, and even come to Korea, or consult Koreans about traveling to their countries. So it's a common thing. And non-STEM JKS alumni who left Korea, sometimes they join Korean companies or organizations at their home countries like KOICA or KOTRA, or also work for Korean embassies. These are success stories. If we talk about dark side of the moon, let's say many JKS students, they are unable to make neither personal nor professional relations with Koreans during their studies, and they remain isolated with co-national and international personal and professional networks. They live in bubbles. So they complete their studies and leave without making those ties. So if we take a relational diplomacy framework, we can say that they fail at the tier 1, at the first stage, personal engagement. Also, JKS alumni are reactive in terms of doing voluntarily participation. If they're not approached by Korean embassies or organizations at their home countries, they do not put initiative, do not start activities, pro-Korean activities. Also, as you can guess, since Korean employers do not know about capabilities of students, there are professional skills of JKS alumni, especially STEM major, non-STEM majors, that are wasted.
Professor Eric, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes to wrap up.
Yep, thanks so much. But still, there is a potential to improve the situation. First, there is a potential to increase engagement of JKS students with Korean nationals in personal and professional networks. And also there is a potential to make JKS alumni network that is outside of Korea, to make it proactive. So these are conclusions and recommendations. First, we should make sure that foreign students, future foreign students who come to Korea, JKS particularly, they know they can join extracurricular activities. Through it, they make personal ties. Also, it is necessary to make student club policies more foreigner friendly. Also, I suggest increasing monthly allowance, because current monthly allowance allows life expenses, but not, let's say, lifestyle expenses, not extracurricular activities. These measures will benefit with language improvement of foreign students, extension of personal networks with Koreans, and ease their adaptation in Korea. And also, I suggest increasing awareness about JKS among Korean companies, and provide internship opportunities for JKS alumni in major relevant companies during the studies. It will benefit with skills improvement, professional networks, and also ease adaptation. Finally, I suggest elaboration and implementation of strategies that would allow outreach of JKS alumni abroad and foster their proactivity and keep JKS alumni in the loop. It will benefit with pro-Korean activities around the world, so promotion of Korea, and increase engagement between JKS alumni of the country. So at this point, I think I'm done. If you have any questions, comments, complaints, you're welcome to address them to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Eric. I have real great interest in your topic, because I am also dealing with the KOICA's SP scholarship program in my presentation. So I share a lot of common with you, okay, on that point. Let's discuss about that later, okay, after my presentation.
Yep,
okay, the Professor Eric talk about the GKS program that is sponsored by Korea Foundation, okay, as the public diplomacy, which aims at building networks between the GKS, correct? Korean Global.
Yeah,
I'm
Global
sorry.
Korea Scholarship.
Yeah. Sorry, students and the Korea. It's very interesting topic. So I have also great personal interest in that topic too. Okay, So thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Okay, our second presenter is Professor Matosian Agapi from People's Friendship University of Russia. Her topic is the public diplomacy of the Republic of Korea as a tool of soft power, the modern challenges and trends. Okay, Professor Agapi.
Yes, good
Okay,
afternoon
it's all
again.
yours. Okay, please go ahead. Okay, you have 20 minutes for your
Yeah,
presentation.
thank you. I would like
Okay.
to present myself first. My name is Agapi Matosian, as you said. I'm second year major student in People's Friendship University of Russia. And my topic is public diplomacy of the Republic of Korea as a tool of the soft power, modern challenges and trends. I would like to share my presentation. Sorry, I have problems.
Miss Agapi? If you
Yeah,
have
sorry, I'm having
difficulty
problem
sharing
with.
your file,
Yes,
just go
yes,
ahead. Okay, it's okay. It's okay
yes.
not to
Please
share your
wait
file. Okay, yeah, just
1
speak.
minute.
It's okay. Yeah. Miss Agapi, it's okay. Take time. If you are not ready yet, let me go to other presenters first.
Yes,
Then
yes, I'm having a problem.
let me change the orders of the presentation. It's okay
Yeah,
for you?
thank you. Yeah, yes,
take
it's okay,
time.
thank you.
Take time. It's okay. Okay. Professor. Okay. We have a professor, the Lagozina Sabina and Vorobiova Anastasia from Kazan Federal University. Professor Sabina, you are ready to present? Can you do that now?
I think I will be presenting.
You, Anastasia, Professor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a
Thank you
second.
very much for your cooperation. Please go ahead.
So
Your topic is on. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
yes. Okay. So I think we can just start. Under the conditions of almost complete absence of digital information devices, rather long standards of living and other problems, promotion of propaganda slogans should become a part of an everyday routine. After all, this is the most important aspect of maintaining the full obedience to the ruler and praising the ideas that are being promoted by them. When there's remind people about the politics ideas through public speeches that has been spread on by the speed of the light on the internet, daily vision come to the fore. Relevance of this work lies in the permanent interests of the phenomenon of the North Korean propaganda on the international area. And the purpose of this work is to study distinctive features and characteristics of propaganda posters as an internal part of the North Korean propaganda. So as we all know, North Korea is a country with a socialist system that appeared on the world map in the 1948. It is based on a system of a powerful leadership with a tough and strong consideration of authority. Therefore, propaganda and agitation play one of the most important roles in spreading the ideology of the leadership and in educating general public about the politics and the governing party. So North Korean propaganda is clearly divides its characters. The characters' images have no shades. Main protagonists of the propaganda are usually soldiers as the representative of the Sangun, workers as the people's embodiment, and women as the figure of motherland, breadwinner, and mother. So traditionally, there are propaganda understood as an attempt to convey social and political values to the masses in order to influence their thinking, control their emotions and behavior of people. Propaganda guarantees the values, opinions, generates values, opinions of the view and views of the masses. So there are three principles of propaganda. The first one is that the idea that needs to be promoted should be related in some way to the target group. For example, for the North Korea, this desire to build a powerful state and to unite the parts of the peninsula to one single country, and use different methods to appeal broadly to broadly spread the methods and different levels, which further helps to form positive attitudes to develop them. Second one is an optimistic response to an idea or opinion is supported by manipulation, such as frequent references in the media. And the third one is that propaganda should be distinguished and used only as an explanation, allowing people to blind without feeling any manipulation. So here propaganda posters become a powerful propaganda tool. The authorial government engaged in seemingly unproductive activities, propaganda activities, not to inspire pro-government use to the masses, but to show to the rest of the world that they can control the masses of the entire country. So in the North Korean dialect, the world propaganda, Sonchonghua, is often equated to the world poster because it's a typical tool of the government propaganda policy. North Korean propaganda pictures have more doctrine and more consistent forms than in any other socialist countries. Kim's regime masterfully uses the three above principles of the propaganda to show for its own benefit and to achieve the main goal, to consolidate the power in hands of the one dynasty. Regardless of problems, North Korean people do not want to change the situation in the country because they do not know the full picture of the world. JUCHE ideology is an important factor in understanding North Korea, its politics, and everything that comes along with it. In 1970s, Kim Jong-il forced an invention and implementation of propaganda posters as tools that actually appeal to ideology to the general public, affecting various areas in public life. So next, we will take a closer look to the propaganda posters and analyze them. We offer the following classification of the propaganda posters. The first one, posters for workers, then posters on patriotism and military affairs, then posters on the reunion, posters on duty ideas, and posters on the great leaders. So let's start with the first group. Most of the agitation posters are actually with characters. Most of the poster characters are actually agriculture workers. Having served a severe famine from 1995 to 1999, the government continuously improved productivity of people, not to come to this point ever again. The main character on the figure one is an agriculture worker, and he calls everyone for reading. It can be translated as unite for the reading. Motoda Kimegi Totuero. On figure two, a woman has a bandage hanging on the left side of her chest. It is a reward for her outstanding qualities as an employee. The slogan on the poster can be roughly translated as hurry up and grow corn sprouts by the time the fields are sown. Kannegi 연연 단지모를 제철에 질적으로 내자. The next group are posters on patriotism and military affairs. On the figure four, a soldier, we can see a soldier holding a gun firmly in his hands. On the background, we can see a growth target of the enemy and a division of soldiers. The slogan itself says, let all people love weapons and carefully study military science. 전민이 전대를 사랑하고 군사를 성실히 배우자, which once again puts military affairs at the top of the state ideology. A very important feature of propaganda is referring to history and some important aspects of it. For example, North Korea, it is the cult of the Korean War, but we will talk about this later. On the figure five, it shows a soldier with a face full of hatred. He just as firmly holds a gun in his weapon. The slogan can be translated as "Do not forget the bloody lesson." 잊지 마라 비의 교훈을. The background emphasizes the world's about the bloody lesson. It's made in orange-red colors, symbolize the fire and the blood that the country had been sinking in during the Korean War. This idea smoothly refers to the figure number 6. The slogan says, for homeland, death to the American invaders. 조국을 위하여 침략자 니체에게 죽음을, dying for the sake of the government unity under a single flag, is exactly what any North Korean citizen should be prepared to do. As the mother on the poster represented an elderly woman in traditional Korean clothes, and as if she is leading her children, the soldiers of her country, to fight the ruthless enemy. Such a trick was very common in social countries in the past. Slogan on the poster number 7 says Korean answer, 조선의 대답. It shows the DPRK's nuclear missiles pointed at already destroyed Washington capital in red, and North Korean flag maximizing the superiority of one country over another. On the figure 8, we can see little American soldiers completely defeated and begging for the salvation under the threat of the North Korean weapons. The inscription says at one stroke, tum표들면 다네. And one of the principles of propaganda is division between good and bad, and making enemies the bad ones in order to distract people from other problems in the country. North Korea confidently declares to the world that America is the main enemy of all countries. On the figure 9, we can see an American soldier holding a paper in his hands with the following words, 병화 and 유치군, which are a part of the United Nations peacekeeping force, UN 병화 유치군, as well as the dollar sign next to which is written the word meaning help and support, 먼저. At the background, we see a single thing in the shadow paper, which is a part of the term United States color-coded plans. 미국 color-coded 전제 계획. This means that DPRK does not believe in the good intentions of America. And at the top and the bottom of the picture, we can see a slogan that can be translated as "World, do not be fooled." 세기여 속지 마라, which in turn actually says what I already said. Next one is reunification. The main problem of the North Korean propaganda after the end of the Korean War was the reunification of two countries under a single flag. The slogan on the picture 10 is one of the direct reflection of this idea. It says, North and South, let us unite under the same banner of the reunion. The poster depicts different representatives of Korean society. Most likely these people are representative of both South and North. And they are holding in their hands a banner made in the form of Korean peninsula, not divided by 38th parallel. Their mouths are opened as if they are saying something out aloud, and a woman even holds a loudspeaker in her hands, but is it a loudspeaker of people's ideas or a loudspeaker of the government? Initiatives for the unification also came from the south part of the peninsula, but they were much different from the ones that are being put out by the north. The main characters on the figure 11 are representatives of the single Korean nation. A woman in the foreground is dressed in Korean traditional clothes, the hanbok, symbol of nation identity, pride of her country and history and culture. The heroes in the foreground look at the golden illuminated image of the Korean peninsula with happiness, and people at the background raise their heads to the heaven as a sign of joy and happiness. And the saying can be translated as North and South and our brothers abroad under a common banner together will create a great, prosperous and powerful country. Next is JUCHE ideas. As we know, JUCHE ideology is North Korean official ideology described by the government as Kim Il-sung's original brilliant and revolutionary contribution to nation and international thought. All propaganda posters carry on the basic principles of the JUCHE ideas. The poster number 12 says, let the sun of JUCHE ideas shine to you forever. 주체 태양으로 영원히 받으러 올지리. Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il are represented on the posters in the same poses as they are represented on the main square of Pyongyang in the form of statues. Their rules are high above the people, dominating them and protecting them from various misfortunes and temptations from capitalist countries. Although the JUCHE ideas is based on the fact that man is the master of his destiny, this principle actually needs, actually says that every person still needs a mentor who can help and guide people. The second picture that we can see on this slide, the slogan can be translated as "Let us become strong and tough in our tough. Let us become strong in our tough and idea in our thoughts and ideas." Excuse me. It's a vivid example of blind and unquestioned obedience to the state ideology. On the next picture, the figure number 14, we can see the slogan, the written in red, that just can be translated as "to just do it." And below this, we can see a phrase. This is a philosophy of self-reliance. Igoshi tarok kensene torhak. The worker that is represented on the picture is a perfect example of the perfect person of his country. He works for the benefit of the nation. He believes in the national ideas of the country, and so on. And next, prize of the ideas of the worship and leaders. The worship of the great leaders praised in their sensible ideas, one of the most common subjects of propaganda. Posters, the protagonists of the posters stand in breathtaking positions that attract attention, usually pointing somewhere or holding something symbolic in their hands. On the figure 15, the description says, "Long live the great leader, the great anti-Japanese leader, Kim Il-sung." The figure of the leader himself is much higher than the soldiers of the army, once again emphasizing the dominant position of the ruler, just right for the JUCHE ideas. Figure 16 shows the phrase all for the task of the New Year's Eve speech. This kind of slogan posters are printed every year to encourage people to work in the agrarian parts of the country. Promotion of this great leader's speech is another form of respect and recognition of his supremacy. And so, based on the result of structured analysis of the selected propaganda posters, the following conclusions can be drawn. The main attention is paid to the promotion of the ideas of military affairs and patriotism. An important aspect of the promotion is the JUCHE ideas, the countryman ideology, and prize of the great leaders. An important aspect of propaganda is association with something. For example, the personification of women as motherland, the predominance of red on posters associated with the war, the image of people in national costumes on posters about reunification of North and South, appealing to those times when the whole peninsula was united. Propaganda is a tool of paramount importance to the civil and longevity of the Kim's regime in the North Korea. It influences and shapes the ideas and opinions for the entire population. Three leaders of the Kim's dynasty differ in their politics, methods of working with their subordinates and ideas, but their propaganda remains unchanged. Their propaganda tactics continue to exaggerate their achievements, vilify the other nations, regime countries, and inspire only good ideas, and subject don't lose their right to rule the whole nation. That's it. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Anastasia. So she presented a very detailed and keen observation of variety of the North Korean political posters. I mean, North Korean posters as a political propaganda to boost their political power and mobilize people in favor of their policies. So it is my first time to see such a large number of North Korean posters in my life. Thank you very much, Ms. Anastasia. Ms. Anastasia, could you introduce yourself to us briefly?
My name is Anastasia Vorobyova. I'm a student of the Kazan Federal University of the Institute of the International Relationships. I major in Oriental Studies and I study Korean Peninsula's economics.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
let me move on to the next presenter, Miss Agapi. Are you there? Miss
Yes.
Agapi, are you ready?
Yes. I'll try to.
Okay. So your topic will be the public diplomacy of the Republic of Korea as a tool of soft power. Okay, if you're ready, please go ahead.
I think it can work now. Yes. As you said, my topic is public diplomacy of the Republic of Korea as a tool of the soft power, modern challenges and trends. The soft power today seems to be an attractive and interesting field for researchers. Any state, regardless of its position in the global system, provided the soft power tools are properly used, can accomplish an indirect hidden impact on the policy-making process of particular country or entire world. The most viable and frequently used tool of implementing the country's soft power is public diplomacy, which includes cultural, educational, sports, and media, scientific, and other strategies. It is focused on interacting with the political circles and society of other countries, along with creating measures or targeted on studying, informing, and shaping an attractive foreign public opinion regarding a country. So,
Excuse me, Miss Agapi, we don't see your presentation.
yes, sorry. Let me try again. I will continue my in general, we can conclude that the entirety of public diplomacy is a system of building communications with foreign societies. Can you see now my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. If a soft power is an opportunity to obtain the desired outcomes, then public diplomacy is a tool in the system to increase attractiveness and enhance authority. At the same time, public diplomacy can be supported in building up soft power, but also it can put obstacles and transmit the wrong ideas or image into the world. To gain a better understanding of the subject of the study, it is worth considering examples of certain countries. Indeed, there is no doubt that each country has its own specificities of public diplomacy. In this regard, one of the most interesting cases for me is South Korean public diplomacy. Due to the growing popularity of South Korean pop culture, the Republic of Korea is more and more playing a significant role in the international arena. Its traditions, distinctive cultural features, scientific and technological achievements, democratic values attract states to closer cooperation with such a regional power. Historically, the Republic of Korea is located at the intersection of areal interests of such countries, Russia, Japan, China, and the United States. Since the formation of the South Korean state, due to some factors, it was very difficult for Korean Republic to develop its hard power. So in the post-war period, South Korea began to develop its hard resources, motivated by the determination to protect itself from North Korea and the need to save the population from hunger and poverty. However, since the mid-80s of the previous century, the Republic of Korea, with the process of successful democratic transit, began to create conditions for the implementation of the soft power strategies. Today, according to the latest Soft Power 30 report, in 2019, South Korea ranked only 19th in the rating of the soft influence, but if you consider the short period after industrialization and democratization processes, the results are truly impressive. As you can see on this slide, this is the comparison of the soft power rankings. Currently, South Korea is 19th in this index, but the result is really impressive. So the noteworthy feature is that Korean researchers generally agree with the classical theory of the soft power, but they focus more on the resources, while Joseph Nye Jr. pays attention to the nature of such power. Gun especially highlights symbolic resources like beliefs, images, theories, education and innovation, national identity, considering their influence on mass consciousness to be most effective. Today, South Korea positions itself in the region, in the world from 2 points: preserving the image of global innovation leader along with the highly developed economy. And the second one is sharpen the soft power resources on the Northeast region, balance the relations with Japan, China, Russia, North Korea, and the United States, and acting as a mediator of the international interactions. So, a number of organizations, foundations, and ministries deal with the public diplomacy in Republic of Korea. This include, first of all, the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism, which also manages all cultural exchange programs and represents the Republic of Korea in international organizations. With its support, for example, the World Cup in 2002 and the recent Winter Olympic Games in Pyeongchang were held, which undoubtedly increased the country's prestige in the eyes of the world community. The ministry, another institution that plays an active role in South Korean public diplomacy is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of South Korea. This organization has the largest range of soft power broadcast capabilities. The ministry solves not only issues of economic and trade cooperation with OECD members, but also forms the policy of tourist attractiveness of the country. Over several decades, South Korea has made great efforts to build partnerships and expand cooperation in all sectors. To this end, public diplomacy was adopted as an important tool for improving the national image of the Republic of Korea and its further promotion to leading position in the world. If these steps were clearly political in nature and took the form of some kind of self-branding, then on a more general level, South Korea has increasingly focused on winning the hearts and minds of vast citizens of Republic of Korea and the international community through the active export of its cultural products. The growing popularity of Korean culture, cuisine, language, and education caused the emergence of Hallyu phenomena or Korean wave. K-culture lies in the basis of Hallyu that initially aims to create new model of diplomacy that combines national rebranding and the formation of a friendly perception of the Republic of Korea. In addition to increasing the attractiveness of the country's culture, the government pursued stimulating exports through the soft marketing of Korean products. K-pop is one of the main elements of Hallyu. Korean music groups and artists like Psy, BTS, EXO, TVXQ, Twice are known all over the world. The international popularity of BTS and Hallyu overall is an example of the spread of Korean soft power through the smart creation of an image and message that is reflected in cultural boundaries. In recognition of their status, as a global influencers, in 2018, BTS was invited to perform in UN headquarters in New York. In speech in 2019, South Korean President Moon Jae-in praised BTS' success in spreading Korean culture around the world. Speaking of the Korean cinema industry, we can say that today we can see its expansion into the outside. Korean dramas attract a worldwide audience of different countries and age groups. Descendants of the Sun, Guardian, Sky Castle, Moon Lovers, these dramas are popular for their variety, history, and social issues. The Parasite, directed by Bong Joon-ho, grossed $23 million in the home market and $130 million worldwide. The South Korean film won Oscars for the Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Foreign Language Film. HBO is planning to film a mini-series based on The Parasite, which also testifies to the huge success of Korean cinema. Education is another important component of South Korea's soft influence. In addition to exchange programs, the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea offers a wide range of grants and scholarships to study at leading universities in the country. The Academy of Korean Studies offers students from all over the world fully paid internships from 3 months to a year. For instance, similar programs are offered by the universities of Seoul as well as the universities of Busan and Daejeon. Russian students, for example, of Higher School of Economics, Moscow State University, St. Petersburg State University, have academic mobility programs for students and teachers. This scale of cultural exchange represents a huge potential for South Korea's soft power. Talking of tourism, we can say that the tourist cluster in the Republic of Korea is actively developing due to the relatively simple visa procedure and even visa-free regime with a number of countries, as well as mild subtropical climate, but most importantly, an attractive image of mysterious and progressive country of the East, where development and tradition act together. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade deals with tourism and visa issues in South Korea and is supported by several state-accredited media outlets such as Your Korea or Korea.net. The growing popularity of mass culture attracts the international community to visit South Korea, so we can conclude that all the elements of soft power are interconnected. It should be noted that the successful experience of South Korea in fighting against COVID-19 has become a kind of instrument of soft influence these days, being a close proximity or to the outbreak of the virus. The Republic of Korea effectively controls its spread throughout the country. According to the latest data, the number of infected in the country didn't exceed 30,000. This became possible due to the government measures as well as the responsible approach on the part of the citizens. When choosing strategies to combat the virus, many countries turned their attention to the methods of the Korean government. All kinds of assistance during the period of self-isolation to foreign visitors attracted the world community, which in turn became one of the aspects of the positive image of South Korea abroad at such a difficult time. Researchers from the Korea Development Institute admit that at this stage, South Korea will not be able to achieve global leadership, but likelihood of becoming a regional leader is quite high. This is due to the high economic potential and the ability to aid countries of Southeast Asia through the exchange of experience and support with lending. The most promising may be the relations with the state, with regimes close to the democratic like the Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore. A strong political influence on Cambodia is possible since the country lacks a consolidated democratic regime and the political values of the South Korean state may fit the minds of local population. Further development of friendly relations with Thailand and Malaysia is possible, as well as the exchange of political ideas in building an Asian-type democracy. Today, South Korean public diplomacy places a great emphasis on the cultural diplomacy and doesn't seek to exploit the full potential of soft resources such as cyber, aid, or media diplomacy. This circumstance can be explained by the specificity of the regional culture. For Asian states, closeness and certain caution in politics and foreign policy are common. Therefore, the only thing they are ready to share is the traditional culture of the country, which is high value for its carriers due to its uniqueness and striking difference from Western setup. However, in terms of culture, the Republic of Korea is more focused on popular culture, which in turn introduces us to a vibrant, rich, and unique traditional culture. Moreover, anyone who underestimates the role of soft power when it comes to public diplomacy or foreign policy in general has to look at South Korea. Over the past decade, South Korea has indeed changed its position first in Asia and then in the international scene, which indicates the successful implementation and use of soft power tools. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Agape. Okay, I really, enjoyed your presentation. Ms. Agape said that South Korea has been successful in using it's a soft power, especially Hanyu, to increase its influence in international relations. So on which I also agree much with her. Okay. Lastly, it's my time to present my research on the new public diplomacy as middle power diplomacy. Okay, let me share my file with you. Where is it? Oops. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you see my file on your screen?
We do.
Okay, thank you. So this is my presentation topic. So I will talk about the public diplomacy as a middle power, the diplomacy of middle power, such as South Korea. I think my presentation is already overlapping much with your presentation. So I want to make my presentation as short as possible. Okay, this is the order of my presentation. First of all, I'd like to explain the middle power status of South Korea international relations very briefly, and then why the power diplomacy is very important tool for middle power such as South Korea to enhance its international profile. And then I would like to explain the difference between the older type of power diplomacy and new type of diplomacy. And then I will introduce the knowledge sharing diplomacy as a South Korea's new public diplomacy. Okay, the exemplar case is KOICA's scholarship program. Dr. Alex, talk about the GKS sponsored by the Korea Foundation, but the scholarship program is organized and sponsored by the KOICA. I don't know whether you know the organization, the Korea International Cooperation Agency, like that. I cannot remember the full name of the organization. Anyway, so this is the order of my presentation. Okay. First of all, the international position of South Korea, the South Korea position in international system is middle power, belong to middle power, neither great power nor small power. However, as middle power, South Korea is now attempting to play a more constructive role in promoting peace and economic prosperity in global society, commensurate with its enhanced national capabilities, especially the soft power side. Okay, according to the scholars and researchers on this, middle power thesis, they mainly argue that middle powers usually have such special features of foreign behavior, international relations. They behave like catalysts, the facilitators and managers. Okay, first of all, the catalysts introduce and promote particular global issues. As facilitators, the middle powers build the coalitions based upon cooperation. Lastly, as the managers, the middle powers like South Korea develop advanced international institutions and norms, especially, according to the Cooper, he got NOSA's research on middle power. Okay, so as far as the middle power diplomacy is concerned, it was the President Lee Myung-bak who begins who began to proactively use the concept of middle power as Korea's foreign policy strategy to increase its influence in international relations. Okay, he used the slogan of the global Korea, and the concept of middle power was used to promote Korea's international influence. Okay, as catalyst, facilitator, and manager in some global issues of its own interest. Okay, this is the examples of the South Korea's, middle power, role. The middle power role that South Korea played in the past. So I don't have explain all these, cases because of the time constraints. Okay, and since then, South Korea has actively promoted the middle power diplomacy in various issue areas in international society, especially the public diplomacy, that is 공공외교 in Korean, has become one of the most important tools for South Korea to promote its middle power diplomacy in contemporary world politics. Okay, so but however, the term the public diplomacy was developed as one of the major foreign policy means to increase a state's influence in international relations, not through hard power, like military power, economic power, but through soft power, such as knowledge and culture and institutions. So, in sum, the public diplomacy is mainly based upon soft power, not on the hard power, such as military power, economic power. Okay, so Korea nowadays pay a greater attention to public diplomacy than ever before, since the President Lee Myung-bak, when South Korea began to enhance its soft power in international relations. Okay, and public diplomacy, the concept of public diplomacy has become a major feature of middle power diplomacy after the end of Cold War, because it mostly relies on soft power to promote national image and capture attention from foreign publics around the world. However, the concept of power diplomacy is not a new one. During the Cold War period, this power diplomacy, often used by the superpowers such as United States and former Soviet Union, to supplement their traditional government-to-government diplomacy. In other words, public diplomacy has often been used by the state to cultivate public opinion in the target state in favor of implementing the state's foreign policies. However, I would like to explain the newly changing concept of public diplomacy after the end of Cold War. Since the end of Cold War, the middle powers began to employ public diplomacy more actively to enhance their influence and national prestige in international relations, especially because the collapse of the Cold War system, predominated by the superpowers, opened more room for middle powers to maneuver, increase their influences in specific issue areas of their interests in international relations. Such areas may include the hunger, poverty, the pandemics, global environment, human rights violations, the climate change issue, which is not required to use military, the hard power, such as not necessarily required to use hard powers, such as military power and economic power. So, the middle powers have played a very technical and entrepreneurial leadership on these global issues through multilateral cooperation and compromises and good global citizenship in international institutions and global society. Okay. These factors, three factors, increased importance of mass media after the end of Cold War. These three factors, including the increased importance of mass media and public, the emergence of new media such as social network service, the increasing presence of the non-state actors in international relations, the rise of global culture made a major impact on public diplomacy. So the concept of public diplomacy has become broadened and changed in this changing context of post-Cold War world politics. So, you know, let me explain the three distinctive features of the new type of public diplomacy which emerged since the end of Cold War. First, an increasing number of non-state actors involved in public diplomacy. Secondly, the new public diplomacy is based not only on soft power, but also on social power, which is similar to the concept of the social capital. Let me explain the meaning of the social power in international relations. The social power means the ability to set norms, trust, value, and network that facilitate coordination and cooperation for mutual goals and interests among the members of an international community. So this is a little bit similar to the concept of social capital in sociology. Okay, so in other words, the social power is a power of consent and acquiescence and voluntary compliance. In some, in the past, all the type of public diplomacy mainly rely on the soft power. However, this new type of public diplomacy not only rely on the soft power, but also on this social power too. Okay, third, the instrument of new public diplomacy include not only all the media like posters that the Miss I forgot her name, Agapi introduced in the case of North Korea. The posters may belong to all the type of the media. However, nowadays new public diplomacy also use the new digital media like internet, the smartphones like that. So this is the difference between old type of diplomacy and new type of diplomacy. So the new type of diplomacy can be defined as promoting the mutual interest, not the unilateral pursuit its self-interest, but promote the mutual interest of the other states through engaging, understanding, informing the foreign publics, and broadening the two-way and open dialogue between the two states, the citizen and civil society, and their counterparts abroad. Okay, so this is the classification of 3 different types of diplomacy. Okay, so please take a short look at this table. I think this is good summary, but I don't have time to explain all the difference between the 3. So let me skip this one. Okay. I said that the middle powers involved in the public diplomacy, middle power diplomacy in the specific issue areas of their interest in international relations. In that context, South Korea has actively attempted to contribute to solving the common global problem, that is world poverty, ever since it joined the OECD DAC in 2010. On the part of the South Korean government, it set a new goal to increase its ODA expenditure very rapidly to the 0.2% of GNI by 2020. On the part of the Korean civil society, as many citizens, Korean citizens as possible nowadays want to participate in global overseas the volunteerism program around the world. Okay, so the program sponsored by the KOICA, the world through civilian volunteer program, World France Korea, sponsored by the KOICA. Nowadays, Korea have sent more than 3,000 volunteers every year to abroad to over 100 countries. Okay, so in support of the United Nations, MDG program, SDG programs, these, Korean volunteers have made possible various volunteer works in the areas of the health, education, sustainable rural development, and information technology. In the past, in the public diplomacy, only the government is involved in public diplomacy in the past, especially during the Cold War period. But nowadays, in public diplomacy, not only the government side, but also the civilian side, the citizens, all together involved in this type of the public diplomacy to promote its national brand and images, international relations. Okay, so, okay, so here, let me introduce the South Korea's knowledge sharing program as new public diplomacy. Okay, in Korea's ODA policy, it has actively used the public diplomacy as an important tool to promote international profile in the area of international development cooperation in global society. South Korea has provided not just economic assistance and aid to developing countries, but also educational and training program for sharing its knowledge and know-how for economic and social development with developing countries. In this vein, Korea's ODA program is unique in that it has especially emphasized on knowledge sharing program such as vocational training program, scholarship, and higher education program. This knowledge sharing program sponsored by Korean government mainly include knowledge sharing KSP of Ministry of Finance, the scholarship program of KOICA, which is affiliated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Global Korea Scholarship Program. This is sponsored by the Korea Foundation, and Global Education Cooperation Assistance Program, ministered by Ministry of Education. So these knowledge sharing programs are aimed at supporting the institutional and capacity building of developing countries through a series of collaborative research works, public consultations, technical assistance, and higher educations. Okay, so let me skip this one. So for the knowledge sharing program as public diplomacy, let me introduce the scholarship program sponsored by the KOICA. The scholarship program sponsored by the KOICA is one pillar of the Korea's knowledge sharing diplomacy, which is the public diplomacy, new type of public diplomacy. The KOICA, the Korea International Cooperation Agency, is offering a scholarship program for students from developing countries to undertake the full-time postgraduate MA and PhD study at participating Korean universities. But all the applicants must be government officials, an employee in public sector, or researcher in a state institution working in his and her home country with a bachelor's degree or higher. So this program, knowledge sharing program, is designed to nurture the future leaders in both public and private sectors from developing countries to promote their country's sustainable economic growth and social development. Okay, so in 2002, the KOICA opens 21 the master degree program for government officials in developing countries in 21 Korean universities. And KOICA has newly established a PhD program in scholarship program to promote long-term outcome of SP. And this, SP program started in 1997. So since then, this program has assisted more than 4,000 students all around the world through and offered by offering 200 courses. Okay, this year about 400 students are participating in the scholarship program, who came from many developing countries across the world. Okay, when they join the scholarship program, they major in such areas as the public administration, science, technology, and innovation, education, transportation, climate change, and etc. Okay, so Kyung University, where I'm working, also has participated in this program since 2001. So the effectiveness of the scholarship program has been proven through the outstanding performances of scholarship program alumni. After returning to their home countries, many of them are already working as influential political leaders, high-ranking government officials in their countries. Others are now in the private business sectors and mass media, international organization, academia. So the scholarship program as a knowledge sharing program of public diplomacy can be taken a good empirical case study to test the effectiveness of knowledge sharing diplomacy as Korea's new public diplomacy. Okay, I think this is the end of my presentation. Okay. So all presenters, completed their presentation. From now, let's have some the open discussions, okay, on the topics, okay, made by each presenters. Okay, if possible, if you don't mind, please turn on your mic and videos so that we can see, we can talk to face. Okay. Okay, so I think there are many points in which are overlapping with each other. So I think, but I still found some differences. Okay, when you talk about the same topic, power diplomacy and Korea's the soft power. So okay, I think okay. It's open
Can I have a
to
question?
anybody, okay, to raise questions. Okay, Erics, shall we
Okay.
go?
I would like to first of all, thank you all for your contributions. Very interesting and thoughtful presentations. I wanted to ask Anastasia on posters, North Korean posters. Since now I can address you as an expert, have the posters changed through time, and maybe what was that? How can I put it? Do the topics of posters change depending on who is in power? Kim first, Kim second, Kim third? What is more popular? What maybe something is abandoned? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for your question. So, of course, the concept and the pictures itself change throughout times because now we have more modern technologies, and now we even have like digital versions of the posters in a good quality. So the majority of topics stay the same, is the praise of great leaders, the praise of JUCHE ideas and others. Nowadays, I think they are more aggressive towards the US than they used to be because of the different things that happened not long ago, even though North Korea tries to, US tries to be in a good relationships with North Korea. North Korea still stays by their point that they don't have friends in the capitalist world. So nowadays they're kind of more aggressive towards that point, but still they have pretty much the same topics.
I have also a question to Miss Anastasia. So you said that, you know, I think I have two questions actually. First of all, you said the North Koreans authorities, government are still using a lot of the posters, okay, which might be, I mean, the what I said is the older type of media, right? Old type of media. So, but you know, I heard that the North Korean people, citizens now using the smartphone, you know, increasing number of North Korean, I mean, people, especially in Pyongyang, I'm using the smartphones, internet like that. Is there any change of the media, okay, for political using, which is used for political propaganda in
Well,
current
I
society?
think in this kind of circumstances, we cannot talk about fully opened internet, fully opened view of the world. People are still in the bubble of believing the ideas that are being promoted by the government. And so I think that even though people nowadays are starting having more mobile phones and different types of digital things, the country is still very poor, and the masses, the majority of mass of the people are still very poor, and the only way to communicate with them is throughout newspapers, agitation posters, TV series, radios, and stuff like that.
My second question is very short one. So you said, you argued that, okay, this I mean, political propaganda using poster is kind of effective in mobilizing, supporting their political power and mobilizing people in favor of their policies, anti-American policy, whatever of them they might be, okay? So how do you prove it? How can you prove it, whether it is effective or not?
Because propaganda has many layers, and for one layer to work, you should connect it with another layer. So without having a visual propaganda, anything else that comes along with it won't work. So if we see that the country still exists, the country is still ruled by the same dynasty, people are still obeying them and believing them, come to the conclusion that visual propaganda actually works.
Oh, okay. Okay, it is difficult to actually prove, you know, as you know, I know, you know, everybody knows North Korean society is very closed one, so it is very difficult to get the information, right? Correct information from the North Korea. Okay, very impressive. I like that, your presentation. Okay, other questions, please?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, could I ask?
Okay, who is Miss Agapi? Okay,
Yes,
you
yes.
first. Okay, then Eric.
Uh,
Okay, yeah.
My question is for you, Professor.
Okay, go ahead.
And
Yeah.
it's, do you think is it possible to apply Korean public diplomacy model or strategies in, for example, in other countries?
In other countries.
Yes.
Why not? Why not? So, Agapi, you said that, you know, based upon the soft power, in your presentation, you said that based upon the soft power, it is difficult for South Korea to play a global leadership in international relations, right? However, it can influence the foreign publics and other countries based upon its soft power, especially, you know, cultural power, something like that. Okay, but to that point, I have I need to clarify something. I mean, as far as the leadership is concerned, I mean, leadership in international relation is concerned, I think there is three types of the leadership: global leadership, international leadership by the states. First of all, the material leadership, which is based upon material capabilities such as the hard power, military power, economic power, like that. Okay, these kind of structural leadership, material leadership, usually played by the superpowers, the big powers like Russia, Okay, United States, China, like that. But however, there's other type of global leadership, such as, I mean, intellectual leadership, kind of entrepreneurial, I mean, leadership. Okay, in other words, the middle powers, not the superpower, but neither, I mean, small power. The middle powers like South Korea can play different type of global leadership based upon not the hard power, but on the soft power. That's what I said, the intellectual leadership. The middle power can create these, I mean, offer kind of ideas, okay, with which, you know, the states can cooperate each other, okay. It can provide an arena where, you know, a diversity of, I mean, countries get together and discuss the ways to get out of their conflicts like that. The middle power can play such a global leadership, but quite different leadership from that of the possessed by the superpowers. That is my argument. And then said your question, can the new diplomacy, new power diplomacy of South can be applied to other countries? Why not? Why not? I think my argument is very, I mean, related to the Eric's, I mean, argument. He said it is important to building the network between Korea and other countries, right? So, you know, the building the friendship network means that South Korea does not pursue its own self-interest, you know, with this power diplomacy, okay? Through this new power, I said the new power diplomacy is based not only on soft power, but also on social power. The social power means the ability to, create the common interest, common values, okay, with which the Korea and other states, Korean people and the other people can cooperate each other, okay, for common interests, common goals, okay. In other, maybe creating the international community of common, maybe, okay. So in that sense, you know, this type of a new, you know, power diplomacy can be, utilized by other countries, other middle powers, middle power countries, okay, such as, you know, let me say, Australia, some, you know, Southeast Asian countries. You know, do you know the MICTA, South Korea and other middle power, countries established a group of the middle powers, cooperative, institution framework of the middle powers, including MICTA, Mexico, Indonesia, Thailand, not Thailand, Turkey, MICTA, MICA, and Korea and Australia. Okay, okay. So, you know, they agree that, okay, through cooperation among them, they would like to, contribute global peace and economic prosperity in the areas of the, you know, non-traditional, non-military, issue areas, such as world poverty, you know, global environment, and blah blah. Okay, so, Ms. Akapi, I think, you know, it is possible for other countries to, conduct a new type of power diplomacy. Actually, it is recommended to do so that we have more peaceful, more prosperous world in the world through cooperation among the states. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was clear.
Ms. Agapi, I have a question to you.
Yes.
I think you have great interest in Korean culture, Hallyu.
Yes, yes.
What
it's
is
my
your
research
favorite
interest.
Korean K-pop group?
My favorite Korean group?
No more BTS. Okay.
No, it's not BTS. I mean,
Okay.
I admit their success and popularity, but my favorite group, I guess it's maybe NCT 127 from SM Entertainment.
Oh, I see. Do you know Who is my favorite one?
No, maybe EXO.
No, I don't like the boy group.
Girl Generation.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Twice,
they're
my
great.
most favorite group. They are excellent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Other question, please. Okay, Eric.
Yeah, I have actually the question to you, Professor Park.
Okay.
Regarding the scholarship thing, does COICA conduct any surveys or follow-up researches on efficiency and effectiveness of this scholarship?
Yeah, that is the problem. I actually did a research on the results of the scholarship program, but the data is kind of limited. Actually, first of all, the COICA has yet failed to, collect all the data from universities. They didn't did research on the program, the results. Okay, research on the results of their program, and then I also try to get the information and data from other universities, other participating universities, but but they are very reluctant to provide their data to us. But I have only data on Kyung University. Okay, but it is, as the pool is so limited, so that I can have a kind of a very objective and the comprehensive analysis. Okay, I think, but as based upon my analysis on the Kyung University's data, I think it has been very effective. I also met a lot of the SB alumni at Kyung University. Okay, in the past years, they really appreciate that. So they always love to revisit Korea. They would like to introduce Korea to other people, with their colleagues, relatives, and friends who never visited Korea like that. But however, Eric, you made a good point in your research. You said that these Korean, the possible Korean ambassadors, okay, civilian ambassadors, GKS students, SB students, they are ready to act as a ambassador of Korea to their own countries, but they are busy. They are busy. So they are invited. They love to participate, right, in the alumni association meeting like that. But they are not. If they are not invited, they are not organized by others. They are very reactive, right? They are very passive because their life is very, very, very busy. So, but I also suggest that these Korean scholarship program alumni, GKS alumni must be organized, must be organized, must be assisted by Korean governments and other Korean institutions to organize themselves, so that they remain kind of resilient and consistent as sustainable group of the Korean friends, Korean ambassadors in their own countries. Okay, I talk this point to the Quaker people, but they know that. They said, "Oh, we are busy." Like, that's the problem. Eddie, I think I agree with your point. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks
Okay.
so much.
Yeah. Okay, I think you may one more question. Okay, so I think you are PhD students and MA students. Initially, you're a researcher. You're a PhD.
I'm postdoc, yes.
Okay. Anyway, I am very happy to talk to young, scholars and students, Russian scholars and students, and I may share the excellent views and opinions on the topic of the public diplomacy and South Korea's, leadership role in international relations based upon soft power and public diplomacy. Okay, so even though we meet on online, I really hope that we can meet face to face in the near future. Please visit Korea, or the other way around. I will visit. Actually, I visit, uh, several times to Moscow. Okay, my counterpart was the professor, uh, Sherbakov. I mean, Dennis Sherbakov. We became friends. So, I love Moscow. I love Russia. I love Russian music, dance, and culture. Okay? Okay. If you don't have further question, comments, I think let me stop here. Okay. I'm
Thank you
very
very
happy
much.
to talk to you and meet you. Okay, see you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. Yeah. Dennis, are you there?
there. Five seconds, yes.
4, 3. Okay.
Поехали.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning also to some of our participants in the West Indies of all places. So welcome to our panel. I'm Andrei Krichkovich. I'm a professor at the Higher School of Economics. Today's panel will be China's foreign policy under Xi Jinping, Peaceful Rise 2.0. Welcome. Hello. Now we'll start. So we're getting a...
Yeah, all good.
We're online, so everything is totally perfect.
Okay, so should we start now?
Yeah.
Why is this thing... Hold on a second.
Are
Do
you
guys-
watching yourself on YouTube too?
Ah, shh.
Oh, it comes with a little bit delay on YouTube, maybe a
Okay,
couple
so
of
I'll shut off
seconds.
YouTube since we'll get the questions. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Because I was going to monitor the questions on YouTube. Okay, so sorry about that. Let's start again. As you guys had heard before, I'm Andrei Krichkovich. Today we'll be discussing Chinese foreign policy under Xi Jinping. Is it a threat to world order or peaceful rise 2.0? Thank you to Anna Kutlyova and Denis Sherbakov for inviting me. This is a subject that's very dear and interesting to me. One of a very big debate. You know, China has pretty much left the Deng Xiaoping hide your strength, bide your time foreign policy. Now a much more assertive actor on the world stage. But what does that mean? I mean, and why are we seeing it? So we have a very, very talented multidisciplinary panel that is prepared to discuss this issue from various aspects, everything from hardcore security policy to humanitarian assistance to diaspora politics and globalization from below. So without further ado, well, just to explain how we're going to run things, since there's only 4 presenters, we can have 20 minutes of presentations. Then I will use my prerogative as speaker when we're done with all these presentations to ask you some questions. There was a paper I did read that was very, very interesting. And then hopefully we'll have some time and also question from the audience. That's why the YouTube channel was open. I was hoping to monitor that, but that didn't work out. So we will proceed as it is in the program, not to complicate things too much. And our first presenter will be Mikhail Korostikov, formerly of Kommersant, journalist. Now he's making real money at VEB, Russian Federation, the State Development Bank Corporation. And his presentation will be post-Trump, so he already knows that Trump is going to lose, but I guess we all know that, right? China double down or back to the past. So please, Mikhail, take it away.
Andrei, thank you very much for your kind words. I stopped for a minute on the phrase that I'm making a real money to think whether I'm really making them or not. But still, thank you for presenting me. I'll shortly introduce myself and then go straight to the speech that I've prepared. My name is really Mikhail Korostikov. Andrei didn't lie to you. I worked for 4.5 years as a journalist for Kommersant publishing house, which is like the biggest and the most influential business publishing house in Russia. And then I was working before that for Russia APEC Study Center. I was a member of Sergei Lavrov, our foreign minister, pool of journalists. And now I'm working as the head of international communications at WebRF, Russian National Development Corporations. Now I'm dealing not only with Asia, not only with China, but also with like a big spectrum of tasks. But now I would like to present you my view on how will policy of the United States change if Trump or Joe Biden will be elected for the office of the president. So first of all, I will follow Jim Mattis' guidebook on presentations and won't show you any PowerPoint. I'll keep it to myself just to keep your attention on what I'm saying. So firstly, I would like to briefly go through where we are now in the United States, in China, in terms of the effect of the policy of the last 4 years. And I'm not speaking about that not only because China-US relations are the most important bilateral relations in the world, but also because they affect Russia greatly. So first of all, as you know, in 2016, when Donald Trump came to power, he started the so-called trade war. I prefer to call it trade tech war because I think the tech war is even more important than the trade war, at least they are of comparable importance, but still. His major goal at that time was to lower the deficit between the deficit in trade that existed in the US trade with China. So at that time, the US trade deficit with China was about $347 billion. In 2019, the last year for which we have some numbers, it was 300,045,000, so $2 billion lower. Basically, we can say that throughout these 4 years, Trump didn't manage to achieve any substantial reduction in this trade deficit. Probably we will see some figures of a diminishing trade deficit during the pandemic, but this is the year of the pandemic when everything went wrong. That's why I don't think we can use it as a reliable measure. So moreover, I can say that as I see through the statistics, Trump didn't even manage to cut the US trade deficit overall, not only with China. For example, in August 2020, the US deficit overall, not with China, but overall, was $67 billion, and nominally it's the second highest trade deficit ever recorded for the US history, just after August 2006, when it was $68 billion. So basically, we see that the US trade deficit is going up, no matter with China or without China. It's just the objective thing that Trump, unfortunately, is not able to stop. As you remember, in January 2020, they managed to conclude a trade deal phase 1. And the idea was that by the end of this year, China must buy over 100 billion worth of goods, of American goods. If we're speaking about September, then this quote is, then this amount is not on the, we can say that only 48.5 billion were bought, and we can surely say that by the end of the year there won't be anything close to 100 billion. This number won't be achieved, and moreover, this number would be even lower if it wasn't for a very huge drought in the southern China, which resulted in the lack of basic food like corn or soybean. And another thing is the African swine fever that is ravaging through China throughout the last 2 years. And that's why this year there was an increased consumption of agricultural goods, and China greatly increased import of agricultural goods from the United States. Otherwise, the figure would be even lower. So if we're speaking about the tech war, the situation is roughly the same, despite the fact that China is still highly dependent on the US manufacturing in terms of electronics technology. For example, 95% of Chinese computers still use CPUs made by Intel. Despite that fact that, the tech war prevented Huawei company from becoming the most widespread provider of 5G networks. Despite that fact, no one can say the Chinese tech development capabilities were seriously damaged. On the contrary, in April 2020, for the first time in history, Huawei has become the world's first supplier of consumer mobile phones. Huawei had, at this particular month, April 2020, had 21% of the world share of this consumer headphones, the consumer smartphones market. Second one was Samsung with 20%, Apple had only 12%, and the rest were smaller. If we take Xiaomi, another Chinese company, then we'll see that the Chinese companies get almost 30% of the world market. In August, the situation changed slightly a bit. Samsung regained its position as the top world manufacturer. Now they have 22%, while Huawei has only 16%. But if we combine all Chinese manufacturers all together, then we will see that their share is growing, and there is not a single sign that their dominance will be undermined by something. Of course, there are several severe limitations that were put on Huawei and other big Chinese tech firms, tech companies. But again, the only result was that the Chinese accelerated their development of the indigenous technologies. They created several additional funds to finance semiconductor industry and many other industries that provide tech supremacy. We cannot even say that the US companies have now less presence in China than they had before Donald Trump. Currently, this is the data for September provided by Barron's. US companies have assets in China for $700 billion, and every year they generate $500 billion in domestic sales in the US. So still, Chinese tech market is very important for the United States. There is nothing like decoupling. There is nothing like complete deterioration of ties between these two countries. So basically, we can say that Trump policies had a very limited applications. Moreover, even the stories that we hear about, like the story where Donald Trump basically forced China to sell TikTok to the US companies, actually these stories mustn't be over exaggerated, because in reality TikTok is not that important for the Chinese government. It's very far from the importance attached to Huawei or to ZTE or other big Chinese giants, and it was only a limited victory because, for example, on September 21st, like a couple of weeks ago, one of the federal judges blocked President Trump's executive order that would have effectively shut down WeChat in the United States. So Trump tried to shut down WeChat, and US judge didn't allow him to do so. He made a ruling that this action represents free speech violation. So basically, we see that the policy in this regard are very limited. Moreover, Chinese companies accelerated the development of homegrown ecosystems to replace products from companies like Intel, like Oracle, like IBM. And basically, during the last National People's Congress, Chinese tech minister said that in 2 years, China will be able to produce 7-nanometer semiconductors. This is like the top of the top, and if this is true, China will be able to fully replace all the technologies that it imports from the United States. Summing up this part, as the result of Trump policy, basically we have the following. First of all, China's behavior didn't change even a little bit. He didn't prevent China from conducting its policy in Xinjiang region, in South China Sea. He didn't make them to seriously and profoundly open their market. China has accelerated its course towards the development of the domestic markets and domestic consumption. Then Xi Jinping, basically because of the Trump policy, Xi Jinping got an excuse for consolidating his authority and suppressing any dissent as anti-patriotic. Because, you know, we have a problem with the United States. How can you be against me in such a dire situation, blah, blah, blah. I think we all recognize this rhetoric. Then Chinese tech companies were really expelled from many countries, but on the other hand, they received a huge subsidy for development. A lot of funds were created with $100 billion provided solely for the development of Chinese technology. The US allies all over the world started thinking about the world without the US as the result of Trump policy. This is especially visible in the case of Southeast Asia, South Korea, and the European Union. And this automatically means that these countries start to think their own relationships with China. And in most cases, as we see, they come to a conclusion that it's better to, without the US protection, it's better to have good relations with China and to be, so to say, prepared to exist in the world where US is no longer their 100% ally. Finally, it's what I see working in a bank, which has very profound ties to China, is that basically Chinese companies and banks, they started to have an extensive stress testing sessions. They're really preparing for being switched off from US market. And if like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, this perspective, this idea was seen by them as catastrophic, it would lead to like total disaster. Now they're ready for that. They're conducting stress tests. They're preparing. They're sharing experience with other countries who experience something like that. So it's not a problem anymore. And now we're coming to the issue of the elections. Basically, I personally believe that Joe Biden will probably win these elections because, you know, I like numbers and figures. Maybe that's why I'm working in the bank. But, you know, American politics is very unpredictable. It's like complete opposite to the Russian politics. But let's assume that if Donald Trump wins, we will have the continuation of the same set of measures that we have right now, completely uncoordinated, completely disorganized, a set of like actions which are driven not by some calculus, not by some strategies, but mostly by emotions, mostly by some understanding that Donald Trump and his team has about public sentiment, what public wants, what public doesn't want. So here we cannot predict the next steps, but to my mind, we can predict more or less the outcome. The outcome will be further deterioration of the US influence in the world and further, I would say, further opening of the further deepening of the Chinese self-reliance, of the Chinese aggressiveness, and I would say of the Chinese understanding that they can exploit the rifts that the US policy creates between different countries and between the US and its allies like European Union, Japan, South Korea, etc. To my mind, the case of Biden's victory is much more interesting. And unlike many commentators, I think that Biden's victory will be worse for China in the long run than Trump's victory. Because people right now, as I read US media, people usually think that Biden will be much less aggressive towards China. He will be much more predictable. The trade talks will probably go better. Nobody predicts that the tariffs that were imposed throughout the last 4 years will be lifted immediately, but people think that usually think that probably the overall stance will be softened because Democrats are usually more towards cooperation than towards confrontation. And I would like to say systemic politicians are more inclined towards cooperation than towards confrontation. To my mind, the overall course of the United States on the confrontation with China is absolutely stable. We see it through many metrics. For example, I saw the last Gallup poll. 73% of Americans have a very unfavorable view of China, and 57% of Americans disapproved the way Mr. Trump has handled relations with China. Probably some of them have an opinion that Donald Trump should have been softer on China, but from what I see, I don't think so. I think they believe that he didn't deliver enough damage to the Chinese regime, to the Chinese state, and to the Chinese economy. Basically, we can say that probably under Biden, the US policy towards China will be less volatile, but potentially could deal much bigger damage to the economy, to the US economy. To the Chinese economy. Biden's views can hardly be called pro-Chinese. I searched for his quotes, what he was saying about that in the recent months. So I found the following quote: "When we join together with fellow democracies, our strength more than doubles. China can't afford to ignore more than half of the global economy. This gives us substantial leverage to shape the rules of the road on everything from the environment to labor, trade, technology, and transparency. So they continue to reflect democratic interests and values." Basically, it's the continuation of the policy that Obama applied in the last years of his rule in 2015 and 2016, because Obama wasn't such a pro-Chinese leader as somebody may think now, seeing what Trump is doing. Basically, the major documents that paved the way for confrontation with China were issued under his administration, and Biden was one of the most prominent members of this administration, so he definitely took part in developing these documents. So basically, if we see the stance towards China, I cannot say that the difference between Trump's view and Biden's view is as different as their views on, for example, taxes or healthcare or like gun control, something like that. Basically, their views on China are much more convergent. They both think that China must be contained. They both think that the United States must prevent China from creating its own world order, from shaping the rules of the market, from, so to say, making the world more Chinese and less American. But the key difference is that Biden will definitely be more systemic, and he will definitely be much more inclined to use the power of his allies and power of alliances to achieve these goals. And recently, Trump started to criticize Biden started to criticize Trump on being not aggressive enough in China. During the last debates, he said that Trump got played and lost to China. He called President Xi Jinping a thug for having 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps. Funny thing that he first called them reconstruction camps, but still his idea is very understandable. So summing up, and the very important thing that I want to stress is we don't know how the future team of Biden will look like if he wins, but we can say that on April 3rd this year, over 100 former officials and scholars, most of whom were part of Obama team and Biden team, they wrote a letter, an open letter on US-China cooperation, stating that America, I will quote a part of this letter, we can see their roots of, we can see there here some kind of maybe a shade of how this policy will look like. Like America need not concede its interests or values or condone China's handling of the crisis to cooperate on coronavirus. So it's limited cooperation within the framework of the overall containment of the overall, I would say, confrontation. And among the people who signed this letter is the people from the Obama administration, including Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel, National Security Advisor Susan Rice, Deputy Secretaries of State William Burns and Antony Blinken, and a lot of people who will probably join Biden administration if he will win the White House. And concluding, I would like to outline how I see how the policy of the United States towards China will change in case if Biden wins. First of all, he will definitely join the Trans-Pacific Partnership because it's very important for him to finalize what Obama did in his years. And under the US leadership, this organization will definitely be bigger, stronger, will finally unlock its potential, and probably will create trade relations in the region which are much less favorable to China, because within such a big bloc, it will be much easier for the United States to somehow confront China in terms of trade. Then, secondly, Biden will probably exploit the topic of human rights much more than Trump does. So if now China is bashed only, not only, but mostly on the trade front, probably Biden will add something like a human rights front, because now it's really, I would say, not receiving the attention it could deserve under previous US administrations. Third, I think the alliance, the consultation mechanism called Quad, which involves India, will be institutionalized in some way, because India in the last years was like the major, I would say, the country that suffered most from the increased Chinese assertiveness. So I think it will be very easy for Joe Biden to make India join this new institutionalized Quad with a focus on containing China. And fourth, I think that the rift between the US and its allies will be patched. The US will return as the major global power. And definitely it will make Chinese policies in South China Sea, in East China Sea, and in Europe much more, it will make the use of Chinese policies much more complicated, because China is very often exploiting these rifts. We saw this in case of the Philippines, we saw that in the case of South Korea, we saw that in many cases in Europe. So if policy will be united and coordinated, it will be much easier for China for the United States to like prevent China from getting a foothold in these regions. And the very last thing, what about Russia? Where is our interest here? Well, I think that for Russia, in terms of its relations with China, the victory of Joe Biden is definitely better than the victory of Donald Trump. Why? Because our major interest here is to make China feel less secure. Because as we see, when China feels secure, it is becoming more aggressive in its negotiating tactics. It's becoming less prone to find some compromise. It's becoming less prone to make some concessions in trade talks, in political talks, in talks in basically all spheres. So for us, and as I see, as I said before, I think that Biden's victory will weaken China, because he will be able to create more sophisticated and more robust system of containment. And thus, I think that Biden's victory will be much better, because it will make China more humble and less cocky. I think that's basically it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michal. Very, very interesting, very comprehensive presentation, and very interesting. It goes against the kind of narrative in Washington that Russia wants Trump to win, and they're interfering on Trump's behalf, and the Chinese would like Biden to win. Which I think you're right that things would play out very differently. So to question this Washington narrative is good. But we won't deal with questions now. We'll leave those to the end. I have plenty of them just from our first presentation, but let's move on to our next speaker, Veronika Smirnova from Higher School of Economics, our campus in Novgorod. She will speak on China's policy of humanitarian assistance moving towards rulemaking, ? Veronika, please, the floor is yours.
Good evening, nice to meet all of you. I will really briefly introduce myself. My name is Veronika Smirnova. I'm from the High School of Economics Moscow, and I'm the second year student as a program Social, Economic and Political Development of Modern Asia. And today I would like to present a part of my future master thesis, which is about China's view on global governance. And I will share my screen. The main question of my research today is whether China's growing involvement in various aspects of global governance pose a threat to its established architecture. The problem is that China's growing involvement is largely viewed by traditional donors as a threat to their practices, and that China could be an alternative source of donations and might bring changes to their practices of promoting changes in the development models of the recipient countries. These changes were analyzed by researchers who tried to compare the policies of traditional donors and emerging donors, but there were not so much differences in terms that emerging donors are considered not to be a part of traditional aid, traditional donors clubs, and their share of humanitarian aid is much lower. As the question becomes more acute in the light of the COVID-19, in the light of the pandemic, various researchers and politicians question whether China poses a threat to global health governance, whether it tries to establish its own institutions and change the whole picture. So I will start with the concept of global governance, what is understood by it, and when we try to find a positive definition, we may find that there are two mainstream approaches that elaborated by fractionaries from various multilateral institutions and international relations scholars, primarily James Rosenau. But the problem is that there are no common understanding, and it is due to the fact that defining global governance is more of a political act. I will try to elaborate on this here. In this research, global governance is understood as a social discourse. The notion of global governance appeared as an attempt to describe changes in the international order on the one hand, and propose an instrument to conduct the common affairs against the backdrop of those changes on the other. Nevertheless, the articulation of a unifying definition faced difficulties since various actors involved in global governance practices have different views on its essence. And the main problem of definitions of global governance is their vagueness, as articulating how the international system should function is more about the political act and the possibility to impose this vision on the whole actors of the system. Accordingly, global governance rather represents a discourse implying how a particular stakeholder views the future for world order, which may be influenced by different actors and a discourse on global governance emerges as an explanation of, actually, a discourse emerges as an explanation of a particular phenomenon of the social reality, as the phenomenon may be explained by various discourses. They struggle for dominance. As dominant of hegemonic discourse causes social antagonism as its articulation requires the imposition of otherness on conflicting discourses. And when changes in the social reality question the possibility of the discourse to provide relevant explanation, it's being dislocated. A new discourse may be both rely on the previous ones and engage them to a certain extent. From this theoretical framework, China's new practices are considered to be the other view, which poses a threat to the established vision on humanitarian global architecture and humanitarian global governance. A discourse on global governance, which was promoted by the Western world and of which humanitarian aid is an integral part, strives for hegemony as it attempts to replace the assumption of the anarchical nature of the international relations and the consequent belief that the workability of the system could be guaranteed only by the balance of power within the system. The core moment seems to be the emergence of world efforts, implying the promotion of universally accepted values and the establishment of the relevant rule-based order to ensure compliance with these values. And from this perspective, China's and from this perspective, the Western established practices on humanitarian aid are of importance due to the fact that these practices have different goals, such as the promotion of the image of donor countries and therefore the possibility to impose the shared values. And from this perspective, um, there is a clash on the value basis between China and the Western world, while the Western world tries to propose the idea that universal values and neoliberal values are the same ones. China tried to oppose this vision and support the idea that each country has its right to follow its own way, and that non-Western countries' experience is valuable and should be encouraged by the Western vision. When we speak about China's vision and global governance, it has undergone several stages. It started with neglection. Chinese researchers viewed them as as a fragile concept, which lacks a theoretical basis to explain ongoing changes and provide an understanding of system which would be able uh, um, to which would be used to guide these changes. And during this period, in political sphere, China followed the strategy of promoting regional cooperation as it was afraid of a continuous humanitarian intervention on the western part and tried to increase its uh, and tried to defend itself cooperating with other actors, primarily Asian countries. And the first watershed was 2001 when China joined the World Trade Organization and started to more deeply integrated into the international economic system and promoting the concept of multilateralism. It tried to distance itself from negative moments of globalization while using its positive sides. The second watershed point was the global financial economic crisis when the established hegemonic discourse on global governance failed under the influence of criticism on whether the system could ensure further sustainable development. And it was a start for calling for reforms within several multilateral institutions and a greater say for developing countries, especially emerging economies. And the last watershed point, which may be distinguished by the Xi Jinping's coming to power and more ambitious foreign policy exercise by him, which resulted in the promotion of several foreign policy initiatives. When it comes to China's humanitarian aid within this system, it has a specificity that apart from other spheres, humanitarian aid has already some established some experience as China used humanitarian aid to promote its to, to establish close links with countries during Mao Zedong's era, and to export revolutionary and to um, strengthen ties with pro-communist countries. China's humanitarian policy has following specificities which could be mentioned. Firstly, there is a humanitarian development nexus. Western countries tend to distinguish these two types of aid, but when it comes to China, it has it assumes that humanitarian aid is useless without providing infrastructure, and this is also the point for criticism towards China's humanitarian aid, as it is associated with debt traps and loans. And the next point is this decentralized aid system. There is no monetary body. Actually, 2 years ago it was established, but its operations are still under the pressure. So it is still considered to be a decentralized system in which various actors, firstly, primarily Minister of Commerce and then Export-Import Bank, may struggle for promoting humanitarian aid. It is also the problem for other countries, but there is guidance organ which supervises the activities and monitors actually how many resources have been allocated to a particular country. The other point is that China acts more ad hoc. There is no comprehensive strategy on the humanitarian aid. Actually, it acts on emergency situations and doesn't help publicly accept public published comprehensive strategy. And the next quite important point is that China is distancing from communitarian system structures. It is anomaly for China's interaction within the multilateral institutions, as for other spheres, it anyway tries to integrate somehow, for example, in the sphere of ecology. But in the sphere of global humanitarian system, it tries to act bilaterally through, as I already mentioned, Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Finance and Export Interbank. It is due to, as I already elaborated on this topic, China's experience in providing humanitarian aid during its so-called revolutionary period. And the last interesting point, which is deserves more research, but it is quite a complicated topic. The role of China's NGOs and in providing humanitarian aid. This information is provided by several interviews collected by multilateral institutions, practitioners, and it is considered that there is no interaction between China's government and non-governmental organizations, and that they act in parallel with official efforts, and that the specificity of these organizations is that they rely on Chinese overseas to provide humanitarian aid. As for the ongoing changes in the sphere of China's humanitarian policy, the two may be distinguished. The first one is an attempt to establish this body that will coordinate all the efforts. And 2 years ago, in 2018, there was established International Development Cooperation Agency. What is important is that it is under the supervision of one year. So these days, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is more involved in the formulation of humanitarian aid. Before it was Ministry of Commerce. And the reason is that China tries to somehow maybe bypass its image, the connection of its humanitarian aid and various economic projects that could be harmful for other countries' development, the ecology, the economic development, and so on. And unfortunately, to the date, the more pronounced activity of these agencies is considered to be the start of the rebranding of China humanitarian aid, and you may see this logo which was created previous year to make China's humanitarian aid more visible. And the other point is that China tries to try Belt and Road Initiative and this humanitarian aid. I will elaborate on this question in this issue. As it was already stated, China's vision is specific in terms of that it tries to promote humanitarian development connections, and the more pronounced act is that it tries to insert health track within the Belt and Road Initiative. Actually, it was announced 3 years ago, but these days, in light of the pandemic, it is becoming there's more discussion on this topic, and various politicians, for example, from the Czech Republic, say that this is a tool of propaganda and a business for China. But if we look inside the health report program, we may see that it's quite a new dimension, and there are actually no quite ambitious projects inside it. There are various directions I have picked, which seems to be more ambitious, and it is the establishment of cooperation mechanisms, various forms with countries from Europe, Arab world, and of course ASEAN. The cooperation on prevention of infectious diseases, mostly in the Great Mekong sub-region and in Central Asia. There is actually no initiative in Africa, even within it, and also the cooperation in the sphere of people to people, the cooperation between various hospitals, even you may see that this cooperation with Russia, and the joint cultivation of talents. So there are actually no any calls for joint norms, joint approach to emergency situations. It seems just maybe a beginning of a furthermore ambitious policy. Taking everything into account, and answering my question whether China has a goal to change, not the goal actually, but whether China has resources and enough will to change the established global humanitarian governance. It seems that it will be quite problematic. The reasons may be distinguished in specific and general. Specific about humanitarian aid, firstly, there is a negative perception of China's humanitarian aid. It will prevent other countries will to participate in the initiatives promoted by China, and there is also insufficient amount of humanitarian aid, despite the fact there are various estimations, while the USA and the European Commission how humanitarian aid reached about 2 billion, more than 2 billion dollars. China's help estimates about $40 million. And the more important issue is the general one: why China can't at this level of development influence the whole discussion on the global governance is a lack of consensual basis. There is actually a fusion of political and theoretical discourse. The Paris International Relations attempts to discuss China's initiatives, firstly Belt and Road Initiative and Paris Agreement, rather than to promote their own findings on the importance of humanitarian aid. And there is no China's studies on international relations are too young to provide an in-depth, a completely new vision on the theory of global governance. I will stop here. I'm sorry. I think my presentation was too long. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Veronica. I was just about to indelicately intervene, but you were perfect. You ended right on time. Thank you so much. Very promising, it looks like, project. I look forward to seeing how it develops. Our next speaker, all the way from the University of West Indies. Boy, does that sound good right now in chilly Moscow. Theodore Tudorio, and the title of the presentation is Chinese-Centered Globalization from Below and as an Instrument of Foreign Policy. Theodore, please take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, my time. Good evening, I understand your time. just one question. Do you all hear me decently? Should I put it that way? Okay. So my presentation, I'm trying to share a screen, and let me make it full screen. Okay. No, it's not okay. I'm trying to have it full screen indeed. Perhaps now. Yes. So my presentation is not necessarily about short-term, immediate foreign policy objectives. This is about something more, let's put it that way, structural. And it has very much to do with the idea that, as mentioned at one point in the previous presentation, indeed, China is challenging the present international order, and it is actually constructing something that would one day very much look like a Chinese-centered international order. Now, the aspect I deal with in this presentation, which is basically an excerpt of my current manuscript that I'm in the process of completing, about precisely China's globalization from below, which follows a previously published book about China's socialization of political elites in partner countries, and precedes a future book about a taxonomy of globalizations from below. The point being here, I'm insisting on this because, well, this concept is one of those that ultimately might change for many people unfamiliar with the topic, the way they see the world as we know it, okay? So there is not only one globalization, there are five, okay, five. And I'm talking about the present. I'm not including here the first wave of globalization a century ago. And these are not aspects or dimensions or whatever sides of one general process, simply because their frequently contradictory dynamics and logic makes four of them oppose the main globalizations that everybody knows. Now, the point is that all these three globalizations, I'm talking about the non-Chinese ones, the main one everybody knows. The two other globalizations, which are from below, are actually well covered in the literature. It's only that this is not the international relations literature that deals with them. It's, on the one hand, the literature on transnational social movements, and on another hand, something that has its place within anthropology. This is why we in international relations are a bit unaware of globalization from below. What's that? Well, what do you mean more than one globalization? Yes. So starting with from above one, I'm not sure you see my pointer, but to the left, in this case, I put it. We, of course, have the Western-centered globalization, where I'm not talking about it, everybody knows it very well. I only want to point the fact that China does exist within this globalization and produces a huge part of the merchandises that represent one of the main dimensions of the globalization with capital G. A problem at least in a Chinese vision, that Beijing plays a very marginal role when it comes to decision making and especially rule setting. Okay, that is not exactly what they are doing. They are following the trend. This is why I labeled this globalization Western, if not even American-centered. However, as I said, the literature also, and we are talking about a large corpus of literature that exists, also mentions two globalizations from below. One is the anti-hegemonic globalization, the political, actually transnational political resistance movement, which was very fashionable around 2000, starting with 1999 and up to 9/11. The people of Seattle, I can talk a lot about that, but even if it's not very fashionable today, it continues to exist because it is based on transnational protest networks that are trying to change the nature of globalization, a bit in line with that alter globalization, altermondialisation thinking. Okay, so that is the anti-hegemonic globalization from below. There is also the non-hegemonic globalization from below, which, leaving aside the unpleasant dimension of criminal transnational economy, that is important, but okay, in general, people prefer not to talk about that side, which anyway does not represent a majority. Most of this non-hegemonic globalization from below is based on fundamentally shuttle traders, on informal transnational economic networks that in large parts of the global south are extremely important. You have many African countries with informal economies taking out of the GDP perhaps 80, 90%. Everything that is imported that comes from the other side of the border within those economies is informal also. Well, not everything, but 90%. And it is part of this informal transnational economy and therefore of a non-hegemonic globalization from below. Interestingly, there is absolutely no ideological message among the shuttle traders. Okay, everybody is aware of that. And still anthropologists have digged and they found out that some of these suitcase traders are aware of the fact that they are fighting the regulatory framework of the present international order. They are fighting the globalization from above. And this is why states and multilateral institutions try to kill this globalization from below. Everywhere where such an economy does exist, and that includes important parts of the West, you hear about policies of making these guys register, pay taxes, and so on. Okay, that is to kill the non-hegemonic globalization from below, to bring it into the regulated framework of the state and of the globalization from above, which is constantly a failure in huge parts of the global south, and up to a certain level, even in developed economies. Now, let me, so the point is that China initially, and once more, there was that very interesting table in the previous paper, showing that before starting to challenge, China was only critical, but fundamentally did, and everybody agrees that yes, China is a constitutive part of the present international order, and so on. Well, I would rather say that it was a constitutive part that was only trying to improve its position in terms of participation in global governance. And you have particularly the rise and then the fall of BRICS that for a time represented this effort of China to struggle for a more or less multipolar world where not only China, but other similar emerging powers would increase their voting power, etc., etc. The problem is that, especially under President Xi, it was clear that you do have American hegemony that will not go by itself. And besides that, in addition to that, you have many veto players, which are not America, but they are veto players, and they are not in agreement with this rise of China within multilateral institutions. And this is why ultimately President Xi decided to initiate something that can be considered the construction of a new Chinese international order, which is not based on, for the time being, a Cold War or some other aggressive moves as those of, I don't know, Germany under the Nazis, the Soviet Union, and so on, have tried to put in practice. This is something that has a much softer appearance, as it is based on two globalizations. One from above that challenges the Western American-centered globalization from above, and one from below that complements the Chinese globalization from above. So basically, the line of reasoning here is that you have China aspiring to achieving, constructing a new international order, okay? That is not done by confronting great powers, that is United States and the Franco-German axis. I'm talking about Western great powers. No, that is done by avoiding frontal contact with them, by adopting this famous peripheral diplomacy, which is concentrated on contact zones with less powerful actors. And you have the Belt and Road, okay, which clearly covers the global south, the periphery of the European Union, but not the United States, not the Franco-German axis. And advancement within this Belt and Road initiative, one might believe it's about infrastructure. Yes, it is fundamentally about infrastructure as incentive, as I will show immediately. The main instrument of building the Belt and Road is China's normative power, which critically is employed to socialize political elites. I'm not entering now type 1 role-playing socialization, following Jekyll, etc., the theoretical aspects. But we are talking fundamentally about socializing political elites in the target country, in Belt and Road partner countries. And once the elites internalize norms that are part of this projection of normative power, those elites, which notably are the political elites in power. Okay, China is not socializing political elites in opposition. It's cheaper that way, even if that creates a lot of problems afterwards. But this is a choice. So once these elites internalize their Chinese norms, they will change their substantial beliefs and redefine the national interest in ways that obviously are more favorable to China. And on the one hand, we will see immediately, very briefly, the norms. You have political and economic norms, which are fundamental for the progress of the Chinese-centered globalization from above. And that is, of course, very important, but my paper does not deal with that. And the so-called, I call it, Chinese social norm, which leads directly to the development of the Chinese-centered globalization from below. Now, this is what we've seen initially, the top line, and you have a second line about the globalization, the Chinese-centered globalization from above, that some people call, without defining very well, globalization with Chinese characteristics, which is based on Chinese normative power, as the dominant globalization is also based on American normative power and ideologically on neoliberalism. Ideologically, China is more complex. But anyway, the manifestation of this globalization flows. You have here a list of all sorts of interactions. It's the same. The actors are similar, and you have the Belt and Road as a vehicle for all these agents presented here, which are not fundamentally different from the Western-centered globalization from above, where you have multinational corporations as agents. You have the same thing on the Chinese side. And multilateral institutions. China is building its own set of multilateral institutions, such as the Belt and Road, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and so on. Okay, but more interestingly, this is what we have already seen, the two globalizations from below. And there is a Chinese-centered globalization from below, based, of course, on trade, which is fundamentally shuttle trade, and on Chinese normative power. And it is enacted by Chinese entrepreneurial migrants. They are the actors you see. And the overseas Chinese state, this is the actor you do not see, but it is behind and ensures that the Chinese entrepreneurial migrants are disciplined soldiers of their government, despite the appearance of spontaneous movement of total independence that all anthropologists emphasize. They all say that there is absolutely no control, no nothing. No. They are wrong because they are examining the tree. You should examine the forest, not the tree that blinds you. And the forest includes no less than 360 laws passed by the Chinese government with respect to its its entrepreneurial migrants abroad, before 2000, okay? 20 years ago, they already had passed 360 laws about how they should repatriate profit and all the rest. There is control. Okay, you might put it influence to be more gentle, but you cannot claim that, as anthropologists do, that these guys are spontaneously going there and etc.
Можешь просто дать какой-нибудь мне?
Sorry? I do not speak Russian, sorry. Was that a question?
That was a
Sorry, it
technical
was
issue.
technical issue.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, so very briefly, how this socialization is done, normative suasion, I will not enter such details, and cognitive role-playing based on material incentives, that everybody understands. There are those huge, unnumberable prestige infrastructure projects generously offered all over the Belt and Road to everybody who wants to get them. Those are calculated to be inaugurated shortly before elections, or if it is a dictatorship, to be inaugurated by the dictator in person as a show of what he has succeeded in bringing by befriending China. And that is very impacting, okay? And in addition to specific factors which are customized country per country, you get this socialization of elites, which makes them accept the normative package that comes with the infrastructure projects. Of course, in terms of normative content, you have the 5 principles: milk and honey. Milk and honey, win-win, South-South cooperation. We are the first and possibly last great power on earth that gives you everything and wants nothing. Good, excellent. There are implicit norms, however. One that says that cooperation with China is genuinely beneficial to the country and to its elites. And that is the case. It might not be that beneficial to the country. It might not be at all beneficial to the country, but it always is beneficial to the elites in power, okay? Because it is conceived to play that role. And you have 3 more discrete subsets of particular norms, political, economic, and social, that make the interesting part on the Chinese side. The political side, a respondent defined it as no Taiwan, no Dalai Lama, no Tiananmen Square. I can continue, but it is not relevant for the from below globalization. The economic subset of norms obviously is favorable to China's firms. Once more, it has to do very little with our topic today. But the social subset, it's basically represented by one clear-cut norm. You shall not regulate the inflow or economic activities of my entrepreneurial migrants on your territory. As long as we do, we are fine. And that means that you accept our globalization from below. And it is done. It is done. All these norms can be turned into conditionalities. And you have here an example, time is short, I cannot stay on it, how in Africa, this social conditionality was here in the Zambian case presented. So every time they would send a delegation to discuss in Beijing, say about building a bridge in Zambia, somebody, at least once per visit, somebody would take the delegation from Zambia aside and tell them that, listen, we would consider it a friendly gesture if you allowed our entrepreneurial migrants to do whatever they want in your country. And when you don't, there is a very clear example in Ghana. The pro-Chinese government didn't want to get rid of a large numbers, maybe many thousands of Chinese illegal immigrants. So they were illegally on the soil of the country, illegally exploiting gold in Ghana. But the outrage, the scandal was so huge in the media among the people that finally the government had to expel those illegal immigrants. And immediately China stole payments from a $3 billion loan, wanted to renegotiate terms, and worsened visa requirements for Ghanaian traders going to China to bring merchandise that they would sell in Ghana. If that is not conditionality, okay, yeah. So I'm not saying that always you have conditionality. Normally you have a norm, but against weaker countries, that is easily turned into conditionality. What benefit to China? Well, economic, of course, these guys repatriate their profits. Politically, issues, all sorts of issues appear, and China becomes an actor locally in the domestic environment of the partner country. the ambassador, very many countries, in all countries where that I studied as case studies, you always have the embassy and the consulate at times that become very active. They start to play a role in a country where they were unheard of, okay? And politically that is relevant. But there is something more interesting, which is both relevant politically and economically. Prominent Chinese entrepreneurial migrants, not all of them, but most important, some of the most important such migrants, become intermediaries between the local political elites who control the country and Beijing, and they open doors for interests of China, which are economic, political, and geopolitical. And well, there is a problem before getting to examples. Unfortunately, the perception of the Chinese entrepreneurial migrants is highly negative. Because first of all, they go there as petty traders and they bankrupt the local petty traders. And you have such amazing things, such as an Institute for African Languages in Guangzhou, that where locals flock. You have, I'm tempted to say, millions of Chinese learning languages such as Lingala, Bambara, Swahili. A Chinese from Guangdong learning Lingala. Why? Well, it's not for academic purposes. Of course not. That guy would tomorrow would take the plane, go to a village in Africa where only Lingala is spoken, not the official language, which might be French. No. Only Lingala is spoken, and he becomes the Chinese trader in that village. And he immediately bankrupts all local traders who also import and sell Chinese goods. But he has an uncle in Guangdong. They don't. Okay, and they, the entrepreneurial migrants, do not hire local people. They send profit back home. They are accused, and frequently with good reason, of all sorts of illicit activities, out of which the most important is that they support bureaucratic corruption. And in social terms, typically the word insularity emerges in the Caribbean, in Africa. I saw it in secondary literature. I saw it in interviews here. They increase the social divide. These are the words of a respondent here. And there is, of course, xenophobia that ensues. And there is a gap between the society at large that does not like this phenomenon and the political elites in power that have been socialized and do whatever the Chinese tell them to do, that is, they enforce the social norm, which can be detrimental to the interests of Beijing. So you have socioeconomic costs for local groups, the gap that develops, and serious issues of democratic responsibility, representativity, and good governance. I mean, most of the population wants one thing, and the political elites in power want another thing and do it, no matter, of course, they need at times to deal with all sorts of situations, but they are quite competent in managing those situations. We are not talking exactly about fully consolidated democracies. And this is how you get a part of the population questioning the political system itself and accumulating a potential which is dangerous for conflict and revolts. Now, there are, I mentioned here very briefly, two examples of interesting situations. In Suriname, the globalization from below is highly unpopular. Okay, the situation is complex. There has historically been a Chinese minority there, but the new Chinese entrepreneurial migrants are highly unpopular. And still, prominent Chinese entrepreneurial migrants from the new arrivals, okay, they have contributed decisively to the process of Chinese socialization of the political elites. And these political elites have become overtly pro-Chinese. Perhaps surprisingly, something very similar has happened in New Zealand, that is a developed country, part nevertheless of the Belt and Road, where the Chinese have employed what is called United Front work, that is political influence. And they have succeeded in socializing deeply the previous National Party government that lost power in 2017 precisely due to scandals about how Chinese entrepreneurial migrants bribed them. Well, actually contributed illegally in funding their electoral campaigns and things like that. These are, of course, very interesting cases, but we do not have the time to deal with them. I'm only returning to the initial point that this globalization from below combines with the Chinese globalization from below, combines with the from above Chinese globalization that at times it enhances considerably. And together they contribute to the construction of this future Chinese-centered international order. Okay, that is my presentation, and we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. You know, it reminds me your last point about New Zealand. I'd read a story about a professor at the University of Canberra who was fired from her job. Did you hear this story? Because she was criticizing her colleagues for being too pro-Chinese.
Australia is another situation.
From New Zealand. She was at the University of Canberra. But we should move on. Maybe we can discuss this in our Q&A. Vasily, is everything okay with your technical equipment?
Yeah, sorry for
Okay, so let me introduce you, since he is my dear colleague. So we're going from the West Indies to, if we were in a normal situation, somebody is just down the hall from me. So a great pleasure to introduce Vasily Kashin, also a professor with me at the Higher School of Economics in the same faculty. So Vasily, please, your presentation will be on military and intelligence modernization under Xi Jinping. I believe that was the
Yes. Thank you very much. So I will concentrate on several aspects of the Chinese military and intelligence establishment development under Xi Jinping, which was very fast and sometimes included rather radical changes. Basically, the major reforms which were conducted under Xi Jinping had several different dimensions. First one was quite obvious. It was bringing the Chinese military structure, the Chinese command and control system more in line with modern trends in the military science and with achievements of the military technology. In these practical aspects, as we know it, and as it is recognized by the Chinese themselves, the Chinese reform was closely following the steps of the Russian reform, which was started around 2008 under Defense Minister Anatoly Serdyukov, and which was closely studied. Some of the dimensions of the Chinese reform were just exactly copied, including the creation of joint theater commands, downgrading the headquarters of branches, streamlining the military education system, radical changes in the order of battle, especially in the ground forces. At the same time, doing this like 7 years later, they were able to avoid some of the mistakes which were made by the Russians, which included two radical changes in the structure, too radical downsizing of the military education system, and radical personal decisions. So they were just better prepared for that after closely studying and actually writing several books on the Russian military reform, some of which were written by the officers of the military wing of the Chinese embassy here in Moscow. The overall result was the situation when PLA effectively ceased to be, for the first time, a ground force dominated military and started to move faster to achieve the two key goals, actually being able to achieve military dominance in the Western Pacific, and at the same time gradually increase the capabilities to defend the overseas Chinese interests in wider area. Basically, if we look at the Chinese naval doctrine in its current form as it exists now after 2015, it's called defense in the near seas and protection in the far seas, which means basically battling for dominance in the seas surrounding China and being able to project power. That was the first dimension, which was more military, purely professional one. Second dimension was more political and was at least equally important. It had much to do with China's political security, and first rather significant moves were started not even in not even in the military, but in intelligence, internal security, and police areas. One of the first moves which Xi Jinping has undertaken was the change of the way how the local chiefs of public security departments and state security offices are appointed. Under the previous system, that decision making was pretty much decentralized, since local party chiefs had a major say on who would be the head of the local public security department. They had certain say in state security ministry branches personnel decisions. Their authority was significantly weakened, and the system of appointments for public security and state security apparatus was brought more in line with practices which existed in the former Soviet Union and today's Russia. The key decisions are taken in Beijing. The local authorities are consulted, but they don't have the ability to take some key personnel in law enforcement and political security and reappoint them to the new places when they were moved to next provinces. In the past, you could see such situation with influential party secretaries. When the guy is moved from one province to another, public security chief is following him. And that was, for example, the case with Bossi Lai, whose public security chief was following him from the previous workplace. Now that became impossible, which very much centralized the political security apparatus and increased the central authorities' ability to exert power. That was coupled with very significant cleansing campaign in public security and state security. Of course, from the very top level with Zhou Yunkan, who was the former chief of the whole system and was opposing to Xi Jinping during the struggle for power. But that included a number of key personnel on deputy minister positions. We know, for example, of one MSS deputy minister who was executed, another who was imprisoned, a number of key personnel in Ministry of Public Security, which were also subject to cleansing, were accused of corruption, misdeeds, and put to prison. So that was done in a rather radical way. So the whole system became more controllable. Then that practice spread to the military, very significant cleansing campaign, which was partly absolutely needed, because we know that by the moment when Xi Jinping came to power, the corruption was widespread in the PLA, and probably majority of the promotion decisions were taken on somehow involved bribing. At the same time, there was a political dimension there. The politically sensitive parts of the PLA were carefully cleansed. Probably the most politically sensitive among the Chinese military intelligence services, which used to be General Political Department, Liaison Office, suffered especially greatly. This is a service which is actually responsible for overseas influence operations and which is working closely with the United Front Department. And we know that former chief was put in jail, some deputies were put in jail, so it was like on the brink of major reorganization. And then there was the streamlining of Central Military Commission itself. It used to consist primarily of 4 so-called general departments. Among them, each 3 were older than People's Republic of China itself. General Staff Department, General Political Department, General Logistics Department were all created in actually early 30s. And were very old, very powerful bureaucracies with their own long traditions, largely autonomous. They were broken up, and in the new Central Military Commission, we could see a small commission body, and under it 15 organizations subordinated to the Central Military Commission directly. Which was especially important in new situation, the leadership of the commission, basically Xi Jinping himself, could directly control the politically sensitive elements of the military establishment, which were also responsible for internal security. That included the former security service of the General Political Department, which is basically PLA military counterintelligence. And that included the PLA Discipline Inspection Committee. They were put under bodies which were directly subordinate to Xi Jinping, which were Central Military Commission Legal Political Committee and basically Central Military Commission Discipline Inspection Committee. Then significant parts of the intelligence apparatus were moved from the former General Staff Department and included into a new organization, which basically new independent service, which was called Strategic Support Troops. And even the functions of the financial control over the military, which were belonging to one of the old general departments, Central General Logistical Department, the audition office, the financial inspection office, was also moved and became a separate body. So you had the situation when Xi Jinping, being the chief of the Central Military Commission, could exercise direct control over all of the elements of system which were responsible for maintaining political security within the ranks, and still had additional authority and capabilities to work for the political security in the society in general, because the military plays an outsized role in China in this. And we know that former General Political Department Liaison Office was responsible for operating not just outside but inside of China as well, participating in the shaping political discussions in the media, sometimes placing stories there, running student organizations, etc. So the whole system became much more controllable. The personal matters were pretty much settled and put in order. And then he proceeded with very significant centralization of of all internal security, like military capabilities. China has a major element of the armed forces, which is People's Armed Police, which is which used to be in the previous form to be responsible for almost everything from firefighting to internal security. It was reformed. It was split into several elements. Non-combat elements were moved to the civilian bodies, but the most politically sensitive element of the People's Armed Police, which are People's Armed Police internal security troops, which are several hundred thousands troops, a small, like a very major army, which is bigger than armed forces of some G20 countries. And completely dedicated to fighting internal unrest and well equipped. In the past, it used to be under dual leadership, Ministry of Public Security and Central Military Commission. In fact, in the pre-Xi Jinping era, the leadership of Minister of Public Security used to be much more important, since the Minister of Public Security of China was also acting as party secretary for the People's Armed Police. So he could decide on personal matters. And basically he was exercising the control. Now that changed completely after the reform, which took full force in 2017, People's Armed Police is no longer under any kind of guidance of Ministry of Public Security. It's completely under Central Military Commission, and it's completely integrated under PLA. That results in a new and very interesting situation when in China, almost every organization which is capable of large-scale organized violence is now under Central Military Commission solely. The only combat force which exists outside of Central Military Commission authority are so-called public security special police, which are small SWAT teams, well, relatively small SWAT teams, which exists in the police departments of the cities. They might be significant to these kind of organizations in other countries, but they're absolutely small compared to People's Armed Police and its centralized capabilities. People's Armed Police is also completely integrated with the military establishment. After the reform, they had an interesting team building activities when police officers, People's Armed Police officers and military officers were coming together, getting to know each other, drinking, etc. And they also now include the former Chinese Coast Guard, which used to be part of State Oceanic Administration. Now it's fully integrated with the PLA Navy. So it's a significant militarization of the internal security system, which makes it also more suitable for high-risk environment, the high possibility of large-scale military conflict, and making it more capable to be used outside of Chinese border, because we know that some of the Chinese activities outside, especially in the Central Asian countries, is conducted not by the military, but by People's Armed Police. So that was another significant move which brought the Chinese to the new level of readiness, and they engaged into a very acute build-up in several, very fast build-up in several areas simultaneously on the new basis. First of all, they started to bring in new elements of combat training more quickly, integrate more high-tech elements into training, make it more intensive, more resembling real combat, and they stepped up joint exercises with the foreign countries. It's not just exercises with Russia. They pay very significant attention to exercises with the countries which rely on Western tactics and equipment. One well-known examples are regular Air Force exercises between the Chinese and between the PLA and Royal Thai Air Force, when the Chinese bring some fighter units from China, not their best units, just ordinary units, sometimes with very old equipment, and then they put them in mock combat against the Thai Air Force units on brand new Gripen NG fighters, quite often losing. They're satisfied with that, but they're getting real combat experience, in fact, almost real, and they're paying huge attention to that. So they're getting more and more ready. And well, what kind of force they are developing, that is interesting. That for a very long time, the Chinese nuclear forces have not been getting enough attention globally, but now the situation has changed. The Americans are saying that Chinese nuclear force is likely to double over the decade. It's a kind of conservative assessment. In reality, the Chinese have been conducting gradual policy of building up their nuclear force since late 80s. So it started even before the end of the Cold War. And they ran an unprecedented number of research and development programs in this area simultaneously, had more programs than Russians or Americans did have. And now they are producing the widest array of nuclear weapons delivery systems in the world. Not as sophisticated as the American and especially the Russian ones, but still very progressing very quickly, and in some narrow areas they're getting ahead. So it's a key issue which will shape international politics if China becomes a next nuclear superpower or not. If China is a nuclear superpower, the nature, the approach of to deterring China would need to change. So the current mechanisms of deterrence against China, which are practiced by the United States, would become ineffective, because because China will need actually to be deterred by denial. You will need to forward deploy a lot of forces. If you don't have them on the ground, your deterrence is not credible. No one would believe that you would risk, for example, a conflict with a nuclear superpower over a small island in East China Sea, for example, or some small territory in Africa or somewhere. So that's the first issue which will change. Second, we'll need to develop new approaches to strategic stability, because we have, for the first time, situations when there are three significant players independent from each other. And while at the same time, the relations between Russia and China are pretty good, the relations between these two countries and United States are pretty bad. So Americans are currently trying to convince themselves that they would actually match the combined potential of these two countries by just deploying more warheads from their stockpile. I think that in the longer term, this strategy wouldn't work. Second is very strong rebalancing towards the Navy, and especially Blue Water Navy. The ground force downsized. They're the last to get new weapons. They're the only one who have very old weapons in significant numbers. You don't see this in the Navy, you don't see this in the Air Force. They're much smaller. They are also having their reforms, rather radical ones, but their role is diminishing. Navy is getting the most resources. Even part of the downsized ground force is relocated to Marines. Marines are being trained to fight in different climate zones, sometimes far away from the sea. And we see this interest in the Chinese military in general. China is country number one in among the Security Council permanent members in terms of participating in UN peacekeeping. Actually, by now they have rotated several dozen thousands of troops through peacekeeping actions in Africa, and significant number of officers of People's Armed Police through humanitarian operation in Haiti, in Caribbean. That is likely done to get a significant pool of personnel who knows how to operate in different climate zones, in different cultures, in different landscapes, and by now this basically is achieved. They have a good pool of trained expeditionary personnel, and they could start soon to employ them. Second element is creation of very significant technical power projection capabilities. Very fast build up of strategic airlift capability. They bought significant numbers of second-hand Russian heavy airlifters such as IL-76. They're now the third country in the world which can independently build their own heavy strategic airlift aircraft, which is Y-20. They have second amphibious capability in the world. They have a significant fleet of large amphibious transport docks, helicopter transport docks, and they're building their first very large assault ships. They have very well progressing carrier program and want to get to the nuclear carrier capability probably in the middle of this decade. And if you look at the official documents, such as military strategy white paper, you see that they state actually the protection of the overseas interests as one of the key missions which will be undertaken by the PLA in future. So it's if we talk about this globalization from below, like Theodore said, we see that actually this is a very well coordinated effort which is supported on many levels. Of course, we know this constant preparation and exploration in the field of creating Chinese private security and private military companies, which is a gradual process, but they're being trained. They started from very modest beginnings, and at some point they didn't have weapons during their deployment abroad. Now it's changing, and they're getting a lot of consultations. How it might look in the future, I think the first rehearsal was the PLA Navy operation in Yemen in 2015, when they evacuated their nationals from the dangers of the Yemen internal war. Well, that could be actually done much more efficiently without deploying troops there, exactly as Russia did. But the Chinese sent a naval squadron to the port of Aden. Special operations unit landed there. They put signs, Chinese Navy don't trespass. And so that's that was very impressive. So you have this global capability and global intention, and at the same time, they're gradually beefing up their presence in the Western Pacific, simply because taking into consideration the Americans being overburdened by their global presence, Chinese concentration of forces is paying up, and they're building twice as many combat ships, for example, per year in terms of displacements as Americans, getting the upper hand. So that's the state, that's the dimension of the Chinese military development, which would greatly influence the global politics and balance of power, not just in Asia, but globally. And we'll just all have to live with that, include that into our calculations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasily, for a very comprehensive presentation. So please, if there's still people on YouTube, send questions. I have so many questions and pages of notes I've taken as I've listened to these, but I will forego my prerogative because we have questions from the audience, and I want to be a man of the people here. So the first question is from Eriks Varapochis. What are the geopolitical implications for the development of the Belt Road Initiative for Russia? And I'll open that up to the entire panel. Mikhail.
Well, if I was the first, on the panel, maybe I should be the first answering.
Sure, sure.
So basically, it's the question for the thesis in some very good Western university like Oxford or Cambridge. But if we're speaking in a couple of words, then like the Belt and Road Initiative, to my mind, is just another name for the whole, so to say, foreign trade and foreign economic activity of China. It doesn't have any substance beyond that. And in this regard, how can we relate to this project? It's just like the sunset and sundawn. China exists, it will project its influence. We will have some kind of, I would say, resentment. Of course, we would like Central Asia and many other countries to be more Russia-oriented than China-oriented, but there are objective reasons why China will be more and more prominent and economically visible in our near abroad, in countries of Central Asia, in many countries of Eastern Europe. But this process is absolutely inevitable, and I think the Russian leadership understands this. And as far as I understand, we just included this understanding into our foreign policy, and it didn't change our calculation much. It is just like normal strategy of economic expansion of economic presence in many countries. Of course, they gave it some kind of very picturesque name, but it doesn't. It is not different from many other strategy of that kind. That's my opinion.
Okay. Does anybody else want to weigh in? Yes, to Theodore.
Just just one general statement. I'm not a specialist of Russia in the Belt and Road, but as a general feature of these structures that China is building, there is a category of states which is in a sort of intermediary situation. These are, let's put it that way, emerging powers in the global south, which might be called regional powers or perhaps middle powers, whatever. BRICS members other than China, of course, may fall into that category. You have Brazil, which is more or less, I believe, in a similar situation. You even have South Africa. South Africa is one of the few African countries, there are only 3 of them, where China is not exactly welcome. It's not exactly welcome because it is perceived as a rival in regional influence, where we, the South Africans, should be the more or less regional power, and the Chinese are coming, and they are treating us as they treat any other African countries. And we are not any other African country. We are a special country. We are a regional power. And I believe that Russia falls into that same category. And it's a very difficult situation where in which such regional powers find themselves. Because on the one hand, they need, for various reasons, China. India is an exception. But other than that, everybody wants to play the Chinese card, and I believe that Russia is clearly in that situation. On another hand, there is an important amount of rivalry and of dissatisfaction on China's actions domestically and in the region, as Mihail has just mentioned. So it's a rather unclear, ambiguous situation that cannot be easily dealt with, and that will not develop dramatically one way or another in the near future, in my opinion. It will stay like that. That is ambiguous. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodor. And you also addressed another question we had, and maybe if you wanted to add anything, what will China's relations with the global South look like in the future? I think that one wasn't addressed specifically to you, but it seems like it's...
Yes. So China is building now the equivalent, which is, of course, very different in details, but fundamentally the equivalent of the multilateral institutional system constructed by the United States after Bretton Woods. Okay, at Bretton Woods and afterwards, after 1945, America built its own international order, which resulted in American hegemony using institutions. China's approach is very different in terms of what kind of institutions, but you do see institutions being constructed by China in the same logic, in the same approach. And the Belt and Road is conceived clearly to project normative power, and from that normative power, a lot of aspects beneficial to China's expansion ensue. The problem is not what the Chinese want to do, because you can watch it. The Belt and Road has been under construction for some good years, and it has evolved dramatically. I remember an author, a scholar, saying about 1.5 years ago, today's Belt and Road is not the Belt and Road of 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, it has developed tremendously, and even if, because there still is a dispute, is the Belt and Road, or rather was the Belt and Road initially a geo-economic or a geopolitical project? People in the IR claims that it was from the very beginning a geopolitical enterprise. Economists tend to say no, it was a geo-economic plan. Even if it was a geo-economic strategy initially, by the way it has developed, by the amount of power, normative and other types of power it has projected, and that normative power is translated into structural power. This is what all multilateral institutions within a hegemony and an associated international order want to acquire. You do project normative power, but your goal is to acquire structural power, okay? Something that President Trump does not understand. President Trump understands relational power. Country A large, country B small, country A puts pressure on country B, country A wins. No, 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 that is an incompetent understanding of international politics when you are the hegemon. You do not put individually pressure on 200 countries. You let the WTO, IMF, World Bank to do it for you. And this is what America has done since Bretton Woods. This is exactly what China is doing today in its multilateral institutions that also include, I mentioned earlier, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. You have all those forums of regional cooperation, China, Latin America and the Caribbean, China, whatever. But the point, as I was saying, is not what the Belt and Road, how the Belt and Road is going to develop from a Chinese point of view. From the Chinese point of view, you watch the Belt and Road of today, and you can easily predict the Belt and Road of tomorrow. The problem, as it has already been mentioned here, is the Indo-Pacific strategy that President Trump hardly understands. Okay, see, he didn't even include South Korea in the Indo-Pacific strategy because South Korea has a trade surplus in trading with America, which is obviously stupid. But once he leaves, and this was clearly made clear by Mikhail earlier, the Indo-Pacific strategy is an extraordinary instrument for the Americans to bring together everybody dissatisfied with China's rise. And you have a lot of actors, starting with India, Japan, Vietnam, and not to mention Australia, okay, to counter the Belt and Road. And you have a number of initiatives. The Quad was mentioned here. You have that blue dot. You have many small initiatives that are variations of the Indo-Pacific strategy. So the future of the Belt and Road does not belong to China. The future of the Belt and Road belongs to the Indo-Pacific strategy. It is an issue of how effective the next president will be able to make this Indo-Pacific strategy. And in my opinion, it is Washington that needs to be watched in its interaction with other interested countries than Beijing when we talk about the future of the Belt and Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodore. A question from Anna to Veronica. Based on the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's experience, what is the future of humanitarian programs launched in the framework of the BRI? Veronica, are you still there? Okay, maybe she's not. Okay, so maybe we can wrap it up with a final question from my student who I sent them the link. Yizhe Huang, my very good student, he's posting a lot on our group chat. As the international environment changes, will it challenge Xi's leadership position within the CCP or strengthen it? And thank you so much, because I was also, I'm not going to get to ask my questions, but they were very much centered around Xi Jinping as the driver of this very robust and different kind of Chinese foreign policy strategy. So if someone can address this question, whoever would like to, about Xi, maybe Vasily, we haven't had you answer a question.
If we talk about the future role of CCP and under Xi Jinping and beyond Xi Jinping, I think that under the current model, it's not.
Some maybe food programs, though it is quite active in the World Food Program, and maybe emergency relief in the future, but these days it is concentrated on health issues within Belt and Road Initiative, Health Silk Road, and this notion is development due to the global coronavirus spread. And the main point is that apart from cooperation within various formats and discussion on cooperation in humanitarian spheres and projects on diseases prevention, Belt and Road Initiative new dimension will be the fusion of infrastructure development and providing humanitarian assistance and tying them is the point that countries which welcome Belt and Road Initiative, you have a privilege to access to humanitarian aid of China within various additional road projects within Belt and Road Initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. So guys, I know you have very busy schedules. I'd like to thank everybody once again for being here today, for excellent presentations. We could go on for at least another hour, especially with all the questions I have. Thank you for our YouTube listeners and their very thoughtful questions, especially my student. Unfortunately, I've never met them in person. These days, everything is through Zoom. And thank you to Anna Kutleva and to Denis Shevakov for organizing this great conference, and we'll look forward to the next panel, right? There's a 2.0 on China under Xi Jinping. So with that, I'll close things today. I'll bid everyone adieu, and thanks once again.
Thanks a lot.